the Patriots Drive Podcast.
We are all Patriots.
Where we discuss, analyze, and answer questions to all things happening in the NFL and with our New England Patriots. Now, here's your host, Cole Kelly.
Let's go!
Well, welcome into another edition of the Patriots Drive Podcast. Day 2 of the NFL Draft officially here. Last night, Patriots went with Will Campbell and did not trade back into the first round, but they got their first pick coming up here in about 5-6 picks. Browns are currently on the clock. Has their time started at all, Jace? Or
no, they have not yet started it.
Okay, so
they're
we got,
already 3 minutes behind. Come on, Roger.
Yeah, we got a few minutes here, but I'm here with my co-host Jace Campbell. How's it going, Jace?
Yeah, excited, man. 3 picks today. We'll see if there's some movement. There's usually a ton of movement in the second round and third rounds. You know, these late middle rounds, teams trying to get up, teams trying to get more picks, whatever it is. So it'll be interesting to see if, because they have 2 third-round picks, if they are aggressive to get back up into the second, maybe package a third and a fourth, whatever it is. So we'll see there. But yeah, they have pick 38, pick 69, and pick 77, I believe. So they got 3 picks coming up here. Then those will be very important picks. And lots of dudes still on the board. Lots of guys, you know, worth taking. It'll be interesting to see if there's an early run on quarterbacks right here, because you got, you know, guys like Shedeur Sanders still on the board. Some people were wondering if Tyler Shook would be a guy that got taken out of Louisville. And then obviously there's going to be a run on corners or receivers at some point, because there's still 3 or 4 really quality ones, I believe, that can be taken early tonight.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. It sounded like Rappaport said if the Raiders don't take Shedeur, he's probably going in the 3rd round. So no consideration from the Browns. They have 2 picks here coming up. I don't really know why they wouldn't take a quarterback when Joe Flacco is their current answer, but to each their own, I guess. They're probably, seems like, trying to collect picks and trade up in a future draft to end up with their quarterback of the future. But it's just tough to go into a season with Joe Flacco when you had the 2nd overall pick and you got some ammo here to take somebody in the beginning of the second if you feel like one is worth it. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Certainly an interesting day here. Hopefully the Patriots don't trade back and pass on a receiver and then take a worse one again this year.
Why would they ever do that? Who
yeah.
When did they do that?
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like recently, but maybe not.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
The Browns are officially on the clock, though, guys. If you have not, we appreciate all the support yesterday. We'll be live pretty much all day through these next 2 rounds. So make sure you like, subscribe, get the comments going, man. Ask us questions. Let's get this conversation going. We love talking to you guys. We appreciate you all being here. And then, of course, we we appreciate any donations. You know, anything that you guys want just goes back into the stream. We use a bunch of the donations we've gotten before to make these draft graphics, you know, that you see on the screen and stuff. So we appreciate all the support there. But I'm going to turn this up a little bit, just lightly. We can keep talking, but we'll pull the audio in just a little bit. At this point, kind of going off of the whole report of Shedeur maybe not going to the Raiders, I could see it. There's a lot of steam behind Tyler Shook, the Louisville quarterback, potentially being taken earlier than him. I don't know. I'm interested to see where he goes, because there are obviously a lot of opportunities for the teams to draft him yesterday. There was 21 you thought could have been a spot. 9 for the Saints could have been a spot. It's interesting to see how far he goes. So, Moises, what's up, man? Excited for this. Luther Burden. I think right now, Mike Green, Luther Burden, Donovan Ezeraku, or Jaden Higgins right here are my top 4. Jaden Higgins is my number 1. I've just been in love with him for a while. Think that he's such a good receiver, and he gives that X type of receiver we haven't had. But any of those 4 guys I'd be happy with right here.
Yeah, no, it's all great options. And if a quarterback goes off early, that's a great sign. Just, I don't care if it's Shedeur, I don't care who it is. If people are taken that aren't the positions we want, that's a win. So just hopefully they last till 38 here, so the Patriots don't have to trade up. But if they need to get the guy they want, I hope they are aggressive.
Yeah, and I think that the Texans and the Texans and the Titans worry me for a Luther Burden spot. And I really am concerned if Luther Burden goes off that the Raiders will snag up Jaden Higgins. You know, that's scary for me. So maybe if the Patriots, if that's their guy, they might make a move up to 36 and let Cleveland get a couple more picks. I mean, I don't know why they would want more picks, but they could, you know, take that. So we'll see. I'm interested. That's a spot for me that I'm a little worried about for Jaden Higgins going one spot ahead of us, and it would, really hurt if that's what happened. But we'll see. There's, Travion Henderson still on the board. He could have been a first-round guy yesterday at running back. We'll see if the Browns take him because Nick Chubb, the situation going on there, not being signed, the injury. So we'll see. There's still a lot of defensive players on the board too. Will Johnson's fallen because of injury. Trey Amos is a big corner. Nick Scorton. So we'll see how this goes. But I'm excited because there's a lot of talent here left up there.
Yeah, so a lot of guys you didn't expect to be there. Maybe Mike Green and like you said, Will Johnson. So we'll see if those guys start coming off the board or how it falls. But there certainly should be one player out of the guys we like that hopefully are there at 38.
Yeah.
A very big factor at the next level.
Light Shadows is back. How's it going? No wide receivers before we pick up tight end and running back.
Metcalf of defensive prospects just from a
I love a wide receiver here. I think tight end and running back are both needs as well, but
they're sneakier, quieter needs in my opinion. Like there's a need for a number one wide receiver. Even though the addition of Diggs is really exciting, you're going to wonder all the stuff with the coming off of the injury and stuff, but I think receiver screams the biggest need after you address tackle. Running back and tight end are two of the deeper classes in this draft class. And so for me, it's like there's going to be value in the third and fourth rounds at those positions. So we'll see. Yeah, I do think that those are sneaky needs, though, just not necessarily right now.
Yeah, I agree. Tennessee waits to snag Restrepo at the end of the third, early fourth. That could be something. It's kind of different than Ridley there, with Restrepo being kind of more of that Patriots slot type. Browns made the pick.
Dang it, I thought you were going to say trade. Oh, yeah, it does say pick is in.
Yep.
Here we go.
Linebacker from UCLA.
Schlesinger?
Yep.
Oh, good for Carson, man. Good for him. I actually had him really high. I didn't think the Patriots would take him, but I had him at 45 on my board. I listed him as a my guy, so that's awesome. That's a good pick for them. Good linebacker. Maybe didn't necessarily think that that's where they'd go, but
how about them Brownies? Here we go with the 33rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Your Cleveland Browns select Carson Schlesinger, linebacker, UCLA.
The first overall pick in the draft was a former zero-star recruit in Cam Ward, who became the first overall pick in the draft. The first pick of the second round is a former walk-on at UCLA.
All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4 picks before the Patriots left. Like you said, Texans, Titans, both back-to-back here. Potential options for receivers. Titans could also be an edge team.
Oh yeah, I think Tennessee could easily be an edge team. Like they need receivers too, but they could easily be Mike Green or Donovan Ezraku. Those are first round talents right there.
Yeah, I mean, according to Cam Ward, the Titans have all the best offensive weapons in the league with Calvin Ridley, Tajay Spears, and Tony Pollard. So I hope we get another O-line next or defensive tackle. I don't feel like those are the pressing needs at this point. I feel like O-lines and D-tackle, O-line and D-tackle both could be addressed maybe in the third, fourth round, but I feel like right here you still got enough talent at edge and wide receiver, two positions in need where could be best player available.
Yeah.
To grab one of those guys.
There's not a tackle worth drafting right here. Double dipping at least, right? If Ariante Ursary, Ozzie Trapio, one of those guys fall to 69, I could see the Patriots taking them. If there was a Josh Simmons or a Josh Connerly at 38, I would say, okay, yeah, you could take them. And then that makes it an easy transition to move Will Campbell inside. Now, if you did that, Patriots fans would just be even more pissed than what they were when they originally took him. So yeah. That one wouldn't make much sense. But if one of those talents were on the board, Ariante Ursary is a little too much of a project for me. And so I wouldn't take him here with the other needs.
Higgins is gone.
Tech Houston?
Yeah.
Dude, that don't fit next to freaking Nico. That's some bullshit.
Yeah, Jaden Higgins off the board.
Don't even fit next to him. Fudge. Well, I guess it's Luther Burden now.
Oh, man. All right, I guess I can delete this.
Send it. Is it the drafted graphic?
Yeah.
Send it to me so I can at least bask in it and hope that. Damn it. I really liked Higgins, man. Gosh, you can just never get one of the elite receivers I love. I really think like the draft spot and the type of player he is, I think Jaden Higgins is a Michael Pittman, T. Higgins type of player that is an early second round pick because he's a premium type receiver. He's an X body. That guy's going to be a solid wide receiver too, potentially like a 1B, kind of like we're seeing with T. Higgins in the NFL right now. Oh, it's so beautiful, Cole.
Seahawks are on the clock.
The 2025 NFL Draft. The Houston Texans select Jaden Higgins, wide receiver.
Seahawks traded up.
Okay, Seattle trades up.
Edge. Maybe.
Yeah, I could see them going for an Ezaraku or them. I could also see them maybe wanting to get Nicky Mawari right here, trading up for him, getting that safety in Mike McDonald's defense. Light Shadows, if we get a wide receiver next, which one of our current receivers will get cut from the roster? They might just trade Kayshon Boutte. They could, I don't know if I'd agree with it, but they could cut like Kendrick Bourne just because of his injury history and a little bit older. Which I think of, there's really no one else I'd want to cut. I just wanted one guy. Why can't, I know we got Javon Baker last year, but like that's a 4th round guy that like I'm just like, hey, I think he could turn into something. Jaden Higgins is going to be a dude. I can promise you that in the NFL. Gosh, and he's that body style. The draft. Why do we get into it, bro? Why do we get into this crap?
Drake May was our only high pick that we've been really thrilled about.
Gonzalez.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Gonzo and Drake May, and both turned out pretty good, huh? So far.
Yeah, pretty good. What did Seattle give up? Because they moved
80s too, I think.
Yeah, they moved up a bunch. Wow. No, so they gave up 52.
52 and 80.
52 and something. Yeah, because they moved up from 52 to 35. Wow. It's a big jump right there.
Yeah, 52 and 82.
I texted you guys. I was going to first this morning.
How long are the picks today? Did you see?
It's looking like 7 minutes.
If we make it right with a credit for a full day of service, if there is a network interruption, that's the AT&T guarantee.
You've earned this.
So Burden, Ezaraku, Mike Green.
Because it feels good to raise a community that raised you. You are a fighter. This is your
See who else.
the market fighter.
Will Johnson, but that doesn't.
Nicky Mawari for Seattle. Called it. Boom. I had them drafting him at 50 in our mock draft, the second round mock draft we did yesterday. That makes so much sense in a Mike McDonald defense who had Kyle Hamilton when he was the DC in Baltimore. Now he goes and gets him right there. That's a solid fit right there.
So Brown's back on the clock. Yeah, they go safety, Pat Scout. So Raiders are still a spot.
For Shadur.
Yep, for Shadur, for a receiver. I mean, I guess both the Browns and Raiders could go quarterback or receiver.
Yeah.
Because Hunter was going to primarily play receiver for Browns, it sounded like, before the trade.
Nationwide is on your side.
From Marvel Studios.
The Avengers aren't coming to sense today.
Your summer begins
Let's do this.
on May 2nd.
That's what they talk about!
Marvel Studios Thunderbolts. Get tickets now. Rated PG-13.
Get amped up. Idols Live, coast to coast. Sunday, it's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame night. You're slaying it. Then Monday, your top 10 are revealed, and you won't believe who drops in. Outrageous. Idol Live, Sunday and Monday on ABC.
Welcome back to Green Bay and welcome to College Game Day. Built by the Home Depot, night 2 of the NFL Draft, rounds 2 and 3. Focusing on the stories of the guys who will be selected. Already 2 off the board. Carson Schlesinger, the linebacker from UCLA, going to the Browns, and Jaden Higgins from Iowa State going to the Texans. And just a little while ago, the Tennessee Titans, who were supposed to be on the clock, pulled off a trade with the Seattle Seahawks, and now it is the Seahawks who are on the clock. Here's what they've done up to this point.
Yes.
They took the offensive line.
I like that for Seattle. Or sorry, not Seattle, for Cleveland.
What they do?
So I thought they'd go running back. I just got the wrong Ohio State running back, Quinshon Judkins. They go Judkins right there. That's good. That's good.
From the Seahawks making their announcers, we go to the stage for a special announcement from Nike.
Okay, well, this is going to be interesting. Is this where it's going to come off? Is this where it's going to be Shedeur Sanders? And that would be really good for the Patriots because then 3 of the top guys that we had would be on the board.
I just find it hard to believe that, unless they like Shedeur a lot, possibly, but taking a quarterback when you just extended Geno, I know it's for a couple years, but still, just
yeah.
I don't know. I'm sure Brady is also close with Dion and stuff, and could be connection there, but
So hug your family. Thank your coach.
I still haven't seen the Browns pick on PFF. What is going on? Oh, there we go.
Man popped up.
All right. So we got the Raiders back. I mean, yeah, Raiders on
the clock. Yep.
Patriots on deck.
Okay. Well, there's gonna be guys there.
Yeah, there's gonna be somebody. I mean, Mike Green keeps falling. I don't love that for the off the field stuff. Patriots are on the clock.
And Richard Sherman's. They're on the clock?
Yeah, Patriots are on the clock. Picks submitted for the.
Come on, NFL. Richard Sherman.
On deck. Sorry.
Okay.
I read the tweet wrong.
The Tennessee Titans have traded the 35th pick to the Seattle Seahawks. With the 35th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Nick Emmanwori, DB, South Carolina.
Bro, how many of the people at the draft do you think actually know who these players are? Like the ones that they show on the screen that are like all quiet until they hear and then they get all excited.
Yeah.
Second best 40 time at a sub 4.4, and there he is, the South Carolina star, first team.
Who we picking next? Light Shadows. We'll see if
I'll
the
tell
Raiders
you
actually
after.
go Shedeur. Yeah, I'll tell you in
After
5
the
minutes.
Raiders.
I think the burden fit makes sense. He's electric with the ball in his hands, and I think you think of Josh McDaniels' offense, it's never featured a down the field guy. They've never really tried to get one, but man, you can get the ball in his hands in so many ways. Fly sweeps and out of the backfield, screens, slants, and he can crib any of those. So
they've had trouble with some of those guys too, though. Some of the scheme touch guys, which he's not necessarily scheme touch. He just has good run after catch ability. But for some of those guys, you got to find ways to get on the ball. But I would love Burton in this offense.
Say they've had trouble with
Jonnu
that were
Smith,
scheme touch guys.
scheme touch guy, Jonnu Smith.
Yeah, I think tight end's a little different, but yeah, I get
it is a little different. It is a little different, but yeah, I don't know. I want Burton. I would love him. I'm just saying.
So Nick Emmanwori went what 36,
35.
Jaden Higgins went 34.
Yep.
Who else has gone today? Schlesinger was 33.
Yeah, and that was it.
So if he can cover in the NFL, he's going to be a great player.
Oh, and Judkins went 36.
Their second pick of this second round.
Selection once again, Pro Football Hall of Fame enshrinee and former Badger.
So are you gonna want me to not say the Patriots?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
All right, I found a young Browns fan, Jack Thomas, in the crowd. It's going to give me a little help here with the 36th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Your Cleveland Browns select
Quinshon Judkins, running back, Ohio State.
Nice. So the Browns come away. Mason Graham, Carson Schlesinger, Quinshon Judkins.
And a future first.
And a future first. It's not an A+. It's not an A+. I like Schlesinger. I didn't know if he'd go that high.
Spill the beans, Cole.
We haven't even seen the Raiders pick. It says it's in, but we haven't even seen it. Don't spill the beans, Cole.
Just take your headphones off for a second. I have not seen the Patriots pick yet. The Raiders pick is still isn't out.
Yeah, I haven't even seen the Raiders pick. I know you said it was in, but I haven't even seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. I read
that. You want to know why? It's because it's Shedder.
I don't know. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
It's Tyler Shook or Jalen Milroe. I can't believe Jalen Milroe got invited to the green room. That's the craziest
That's
thing.
got to be so sad. Like, you got just sitting there all night.
Unless this is Jalen Milroe.
Oh, today you're talking about?
I don't know if he's still there. He got invited to the green room for round 1.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't know if he's still there. Most guys probably don't stay for there, but
why
I was like,
taking so long.
I was like, why would he get invited? I didn't have him as I had him as like a 4th round guy. He's a day 3 guy. It's traded. That's why it's the Dolphins.
Dolphins, you fucking I guarantee they traded above the Pats, obviously purposely. Dolphins on the clock.
I asked my sisters, like, why are we over here so much?
I
think they're coming.
Johnson spot?
Yeah, I was gonna say I think they're coming up for Will Johnson or Mike Green.
If you are trading Jalen Ramsey or trying to,
yeah,
I hate to see that because that means the Patriots were going to take somebody and they were like, nope.
She's a fighter and she motivates me and everything.
You hate to see that.
Worries me. It's Luther Burden with the Tyreek Hill. Luther Burden in that offense is. I don't know. I'm just saying. Oh, okay, it's not Jonas Savanaia.
Yeah.
He's a swing tackle. Man, would the Patriots have taken him that early?
Probably
would
not.
They really have needed to?
Bears, maybe?
He's a right tackle with guard. He's probably a better guard, but he's a right tackle too. So I don't know. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Yep. Don't spoil it for me. Oh!
All right. So what's your predictions here? What are you thinking?
I don't know because they've messed with us so many times, but that's the old regime, right? So a part of me wants to say best player available, which is Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku. Would they consider Will Johnson? They could, but also, is that repetitive signing Carlton Davis?
Yeah, I don't think you go Will Johnson here, even though the talent.
I totally get best player available, but it's got to be to an extent. You can't just take because best player available.
Otherwise, Genty would have been taken at 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so I have a hard time with that. We'll see.
Yeah, but they only win when 2 is playing. Yeah. So
Patriots on the clock.
You watch them a lot, Des. What do you?
I do. Yeah. I think they need some defense. They need maybe corner. They've been talking about.
Sounds like Vegas got a good return from the Dolphins.
I would look at Twitter, but that's risky right now. So
yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Raiders got 48, 98, and 135 for 37 and 143.
That's a good pick.
Okay.
Pretty good return.
Michigan on defense if they were to go to Will Johnson here. We'll see what the Dolphins are thinking. Will it be defense? Will they try to protect Tua? Time to go to the stage.
I mean, there's more defensive players available right now who are good than offensive, I would say. So just based on that, I would say maybe defensive, but we also address defense a lot in free agency.
Yeah, and I was always wanting to be a little more offensive oriented in the draft because of how stacked the defensive free agents were. Like that's where the good part of the draft was. Or sorry, the good part of free agency was all on the defensive side, at least the elite ones. Once T. Higgins and some of those guys didn't hit free agency, actually. Yeah. Nope, butchered the name. Yeah, that fan definitely don't know who he is. He's just clapping. They had no clue. He's just doing the fins up thing. That's all this fan did. He's fins up, fins up. Have you seen the pick yet?
I have not, no.
Okay.
Nervous.
I am too.
Because last night I wasn't nervous at all because I knew it was Campbell. There's nothing.
Only an outstanding football player, grew up singing in his church.
I'm not gonna look at the comments. I gotta not look at the comments here because
yeah,
I don't want anybody to spoil it first. Nothing on Twitter.
I'm nervous because there's a lot of ways I would be happy with them going, but then there's still the thought of like, are they going to overthink it?
So apparently Titans and Raiders traded out after Higgins was picked. So that was that thinking was he was probably going to be gone before the Patriots regardless.
So they had to trade up and Houston probably wanted him no matter what.
So Pats would have had to trade up before Houston, which we thought last night, but they just didn't do. The Browns weren't going to trade out. They wanted their guy. So oh, come on, Pats.
I hate this.
Yeah.
Ah! Don't you dare go to commercial.
Oh my God, again?
Yes. No. The pick isn't even in on my screen. So they still have 3 minutes. The pick is not in.
Typically, these pass reporters get it out pretty quick, so I'm surprised that we haven't seen anything.
To see hundreds of miles of tracks, clearing the way, so you arrive exactly where you belong.
Get those signaling devices ready. The new season of Jeopardy Masters is here.
I made flashcards. I should have worked more.
I'm gonna say a quick prayer.
Wednesday. 9 elite champions.
What is a game?
So what's your prediction?
I'm wearing them.
I don't even have. I can't even say.
Nothing?
Because
You got nothing?
2025 Jeopardy Masters champion. I love all Jeopardy contestants.
But you like me more than that?
It's good to have somebody in mind.
My prediction. My prediction is Mike Green or Donovan Ezeraku. I think they go edge here.
I don't think they take Mike Green.
Those are that's my thing is I don't know what Vrabel's thinking about the character concerns. Those are first round talent guys. Luther Burden is a borderline first round talent. I would definitely say his yard after the catch ability is first round talent. The route running and maybe some of that stuff is just a little questionable, but it's great value right here. That's a guy that was once a top 15 pick in this class.
I mean, you know how much Vrabel values the intangibles and the culture stuff. I just don't, as Mike Green, probably not one of your first picks you want as a new head coach, try to build a new culture and nothing's established yet. Just feels like they won't do that.
When you go for something,
could be wrong. I'll say it right now. I'll be happy as heck if it's Mike Green or Donovan Ezeraku, but I'll be a little disappointed if it's not Luther Burden.
Any of those three, I'd be happy.
Yeah,
I'd prefer Burden, but I mean, even Mike Green, just because of the talent. But obviously, you don't want a bad dude.
I love Will Johnson, but it would be very hard for me to be very hard for that. With how far he's sliding, he's not a second round talent. He's a first round talent. So the knee red flags must have been big concerns.
Yeah,
and already adding Carlton Davis and stuff would be scary.
So Taylor Kyle's just tweeted trade down ? Just because it's taken so long, I'm guessing.
Let's see. They just came back from break.
The skies have cleared for the start, and people are out. And look at the Judkins family. Quinshawn Judkins, recently of Ohio State, selected by the Cleveland Browns with the 36th overall.
Pick is in. Patriots pick is in.
And the party is on. And you know what? The party has been going pretty much for Ohio State.
I saw the pick.
It's about halfway through.
Okay, we'll start making the graphic.
Now, there have been 5 Buckeyes from the national champions selected so far.
That's why they won.
Come on, Roger, get out there, or whoever's announcing the pick. Just walk out. Go.
Smith, the prodigious true freshman wide receiver, defensive side of the ball. You know, that's an interesting thing. The Patriots are on the clock.
Mike Vrabel's on the phone with whoever they picked.
What's your final prediction?
Stop. I'm trying to read the room. Okay, Vrabel and Elliott Wolf just dapped up. He okay. They seem happy. I would hope so.
Yeah,
I hope they're happy. Okay, fist bumps going around. Fist bumps, okay. Matt Groh just, okay. Elliott Wolf, you better hit this shit on the head or I'm going to be a little butthurt right now. Okay. I don't want to listen. Here we go.
To help make the New England Patriots selection, we are honored to have with us Special Olympic athletes Xavier Goff and Unified Sports Partner Reed Turner.
He's looking at the card to read the name. It's Donovan Ezeraku. That's my final guess.
Olympics. Reed. Xavier.
The guy's looking at the card for pronunciation.
Special Olympics is one of the league's Play 60 community partners funded by the NFL Foundation. The NFL and Special Olympics team up to provide opportunities for athletes of all ages and abilities to get active through unified flag football. This allows individuals with and without intellectual disabilities to play on the same team.
This is great, but
Reed, you got the stage.
Thank you.
With the 38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select
Travion Henderson, running back, Ohio State.
Bro. I almost said I would not be happy with a running back right here because damn it. Let me gather my thoughts. Okay, 1 sec. Well, let's listen to this.
He just played a great ability to lead. He was the #1 running back coming out of high school. The ESPN 300 and those 414 scrimmage yards led everybody as he helped the Buckeyes win the national championship.
He really did. And we saw Travion Henderson for about 3 seasons in Ohio State. Last season, I think, was his best because obviously Quinshawn Judkins came and they were able to split time. But man, he's so dangerous with the ball in his hands. I mean, if you blink, he's past you, super fast, excellent balance, great vision, understands how to set his blocks up, patient, and then one-on-one out in space, guys. There's no one in the draft better than him one-on-one out in space.
You know, I think this guy is a home run hitter. He's a great route runner. I hear you saying take that to the house against, Texas in the playoffs. But, this guy, to me, is going to be a great third down back. Watch him pick up the blitz here on this third down. Linebacker. Now, nobody's going to be able to cover this guy right when he goes out for a pass. And when you find a guy that's tough to cover and can block like that, that makes a phenomenal third down back.
If there's one school the Patriots should have on lockdown, it is, of course, Ohio State. Not just because they have great talent, but their head coach, of course, Mike Vrabel, played his college ball there, as did their respected college.
Okay. Here's my thoughts on it. Ohio State did not use him as a pass catcher because of Quinshawn Judkins. So I have Travion Henderson as my third best running back. I thought there was a chance he sneaks into the first round. I thought that there was a chance that maybe Washington took him there. I thought there was a chance that he would go to Cleveland in the first half or the first part of the second round. They hit it on the head. He's a home run hitter. I believe he has the best breakaway speed in the NFL class this year. His speed, him and Dylan Sampson make the most sense. I didn't think they would go second round running back. I thought they would look at in the third round, especially with the guys on the board. He feels a little, I don't want to say repetitive to Ramondre because he's faster, but he feels like the running styles are just a little similar. But I don't hate the player. I hate where they took running back here with the other positions on the board. So we'll see. We know Mike Vrabel wants to run the football. That's been the calling card of his offense too. The calling card of his offense has always been running the football. And so they take Travion Henderson. So
takes a lot of pressure off of Drake May.
No doubt, no doubt.
It does. Drake can just throw the check down.
This is really throwing me for a curveball with the name being so long.
Oh yeah. Oh, on the thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to get this out, but
So let's see. Let me look at my notes on. Okay, here we go. So he's 5'10 and an eighth, 202 pounds. He ran a 4.43 40-yard dash, a 38.5-inch vert, which was the fifth best down amongst running backs, and the 10.8 broad, which was fifth best. I think he's a super patient runner. He has really good eyes. He hits the hold hard once he sees it. He's a kind of a one cut and go guy. His speed is what I have him at. Why I have him as the number 3 ranked guy or running back in this class. It's home run hitter speed. Like I say, like he can get out, and there's not many guys that catch him. Suddenness to make people miss. He's super good in space to be shifty. I also wrote down he's the best pass pro in this class, which is probably a reason Mike Vrabel, Josh McDaniels valued this guy where he is. He's been the number 1 running back for 2 years before Quinshon Judkins joined him. He had injury problems when he was there both years. That's a little bit of my concern. I didn't think he was much of a receiving threat just because of how they use Quinshon Judkins. I'm not saying he can't be a receiving threat. Chicago just went Luther Burden. Gosh damn it. You're shitting me, bro. These guys.
I mean, how many receivers do you need?
Them and Tampa Bay can suck it. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm going to send this to you. You want to post it while I do the overlay?
Yeah. Okay. Well,
simmer down.
So I mean, they can still trade up and get into the second. I think that depending on who continues to fall, I mean, maybe there's. I do like some of the receivers that could be there in the third round. I really like Jalen Royals. I think that's Kyle Williams, Trey Harris type range. I think Jalen Knoll could be in consideration right there, just depending on if there's more of a run at receivers. So there's still options at the receiver. I think they could double dip at tackle. If you look at edge, depending on who keeps falling. I mean, Mike Green as a Raku Scorton, I would not think those guys last much longer. But, there's JT Tuimoloau, Femi Oladejo, who I like, Josiah Stewart, Kyle Kennard. I mean, so we'll see where they go. I think running back that early is a little bit earlier than I originally anticipated they would go.
Sorry, guys. I'll get my thoughts as well in a second.
Turn this up.
Style of play is kind of like a basketball player. He has a great feel for the zone, but then as a point guard, he's explosive too. He was an excellent high school basketball player. Some of his high school coaches say he probably could have played in the NBA, but great hands, very reliable. I like his game.
Coach mentioned he likes players that are dangerous with the football in their hands. How about this? Back as a true freshman in 2022, Luther Burden III had 6 receiving touchdowns. He had a pair of rushing touchdowns. He also took a punt return to the house. He became the first FBS freshman to do that since 2008. The big question that scouts are trying to figure out from Burden this past season is, why did your production nearly halve during your final college season? Wasn't the best year for Burden. A lot of talent there.
Over 1,000 yards after the catch since 2023.
What do you guys think, guys? What do you guys think? Yeah, like I said, I would have rather have had Burden or Green. I wouldn't say I hate the pick. I would give it probably a B-, just because I don't hate the player. The player on my big board is 40th overall. He's my number 3 running back. He has home run hitter speed. I just didn't think they would go running back this early. So I don't hate the player. It was a little bit of a head scratcher, especially with some of the talent at some of those other positions that I thought would maybe be a little more pressing. Now, I'm not going to lie. I think the last 2 years, I've been one of the most disappointed in Ramondre Stevenson than anyone. He just he signed the extension last year, but he just has not been good in my opinion. So, you're getting a guy who is a national champion, who's been playing good football. He's from a great program. He's a great pass protector. He does the little things right, tough as nails. And he's from Mike Vrabel's, alma mater, who he doesn't know any, there's no one that knows better than Mike Vrabel. So.
What is the situation with their quarterback, Derek Carr? Do they need another quarterback?
Yeah, Saints just took quarterback.
One of the quarterbacks, whether it's Shedeur or Sanders.
They went quarterback?
Tyler Shuck. The other ones have not been taken.
Who?
The Saints.
They went Shuck? Oh, so freaking Shedeur is falling. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my. Wow.
Yeah, Burden or Green. Obviously, the concerns on Green are real. Like, there's no reason a talent like him should be falling this far.
A lot of homework on Tyler Shuck throughout the pre-draft process.
The
didn't get as much of a strong sense.
allegations are either true or
on
just
their radar. Also did some homework.
I don't know. I don't know what the deal
He's
with
an
Green is,
SEC kid, not too far of a commute there from New
yeah,
Orleans.
Luther Burden counting on him
of course, the
stinks.
head coach here in New Orleans now has played with a lot of different styles of quarterbacks.
Doesn't show a lot of confidence in
Jalen Hurts, from Justin Herbert, from Dak Prescott. Three guys.
And this is a new regime. There's no ties for Mike Vrabel to Ramondre Stevenson. And so, yeah.
I think it'd be great for a young quarterback to come to a situation like this because he could learn from an older guy. And the big thing is learn how to prepare and see how a guy goes out and practices every day. So
wow, Tyler Shuck.
Emulate that and be able to.
Did you hear how mad and all the propaganda Mel Kiper had, because Shedeur wasn't going like that?
Yeah.
Dude, like, I'm sorry. I think Shedeur's a good college football player. Had a good career, with some of the completion percentage and stuff, but. I don't think he's going to be successful in the NFL. I mean, he could go in and be a starting quarterback, but I don't know if he's top 15 NFL quarterback at any point in his career. He doesn't play well out of structure. He forces things. Yeah, he can scramble and stuff,
but Cole does not look excited. Yeah. I was trying to just not give anything away.
NFL draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tyler Shuck, quarterback, Louisville.
Pat Scout's a big fan of the pick.
Yeah, I like I said, I'm a Henderson fan. He's my running back 3, other than Omarion Hampton and Ashton Genty. I mean, he was my next best running back, and I had a top 50 grade on him. So, like, I'm not dissing on the player. I just thought it was head scratching. If Mike Green and some of those guys aren't there, or Luther Burden, it makes sense to me, right? We've known they've wanted to take a running back, but. I just thought that they would want to maybe address one of those positions that might be a little bit more of a need. So not hating on the player. I think he's going to come in. I think he's going to push Ramondre and potentially start over him at some point in the season. He's going to be faster and more explosive than Ramondre. So I think that he's going to change the running back room for sure. He has the ability to be a lead back in the NFL. He's just had injury concerns.
More to develop, or does that mean that maybe this guy has seen a lot of football, even albeit from the sidelines at times during his 7-year college career, that maybe mentally he is more.
Oh, Buffalo's on the clock at 41. They traded up.
Quarterback. Coach mentioned, though, this is a very good athlete. He can throw.
Was Keenan Allen a 1-year deal?
Yeah, he's not on their team anymore.
Okay.
So, I mean, now they have DJ Moore, Luther Burden, and they added Colson Loveland. Jeez.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. I was just going to read their offense. Caleb Williams, DeAndre Swift, DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, Luther Burden, Cole Kmet, Colson Loveland.
Jeez.
And they upgraded their offensive line. Braxton Jones, Joe Tooney, Drew Dahlman, Jonah Jackson, Darnell Wright, Ben Johnson calling plays.
That's how you go in for a young. That's how you do it.
That is what I wish we did with Drake May.
Being able to change your arm angle like that, and get that much zip on the ball, and then the guy's an adequate runner.
And Celtics are losing.
Stationary target in the pocket, so he can move around.
All right, I'm pretty neutral on it. Like,
yeah, it's not horrible. There's way worse picks they could have made, but it's not. Yeah,
it's not one of the top 2-3 guys we wanted.
Have you watched highlights on him?
Some, yeah.
Let's pull some up. Just for fans or for people.
That's a good idea.
Because I really don't think that people are super familiar with him. It's really hard to evaluate him because he split time with Quinshon Judkins. Like if either of those guys are in their own scheme, they're putting up ridiculous numbers. So
Bills moved up 15 spots.
That's crazy. I mean, Chicago's hit it out of the park, in my opinion, with the two picks they've had. Okay, this is Travion Henderson. What?
Who'd they pick?
No, sorry, not Buffalo. Chicago. That's who they traded out. That's who Chicago traded out of 41. I'm saying they're getting a little more draft capital, and they're saying, hey, we're coming out with Luther Burden and Colston Loveland. So, okay, here's Travion Henderson highlights. I'll kind of talk as we play them.
Back in 21.
This is the breakaway speed
rushing. Here he goes.
Like he doesn't get caught. You're going to see in the Oregon game. That's the one that jumps out to me. This is probably going by. This is going by like chronological order. It's not going by his best plays, is my guess. Let's see if I can.
Now showing up here in the passing game. Throw that in. They're all in.
Is it playing volume for you?
How aggressive will they be in the final seconds? Henderson.
Say it again. I can't hear
you. Is it playing volume for you?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, cool. Is it super loud? Should I turn it down?
Yeah, I would turn it on a little bit. Just if you're going to talk with it, yeah.
Throw that in. They're all
better.
Howard.
Yes.
How aggressive will they be in the final seconds? Henderson can take a house call from anywhere.
So here, you can just tell. Look at him get out.
Live.
And the stride length and stuff for a 5'10" guy, like he has good knee drive. He doesn't get tackled from. This is the other one. This is the one I was talking about. This is in the playoff game. They're smoking. Like there's just those guys are taking great angles and they're not even coming close to him.
Yeah.
That's why I have him at running back 3. So
Bills went TJ Sanders.
They pitch it. Henderson squares up. Henderson, nice burst, still on the move. Henderson,
there it is again. Tough runner, running through contact, putting his foot in the ground.
Buckeyes. Attitude that they have, it was powerful. Like I said,
I hope they show the clip of him pass pro. Who is it against? He can smoke some.
For Ohio State, 24 yards at the Buckeyes.
Down at the 13. Howard wants to run it.
There he is, run blocking. Just look at the physicality of this run block. Like for a running back to deliver this blow, they'll circle him. But watch the boom. Like, and if it shows the pass protection clips, that's probably why Vrabel fell in love with him. His pass protection, the one that I'm thinking of. Here we go again. It just breaks a guy down and leads him to the sideline. And so, electric playmaker. I think he's going to do lots of good things.
For the Heisman Trophy.
There it is. Boom.
Henderson gallops. And he slides
Why didn't he
down.
score? Just kidding. Smart play. Look at that. Smart player.
I was a passer. Ran it 6 times, including the touchdown. Henderson hurdles a man and goes out across the 40.
McLaughlin, who's very happy here in Columbus. Inside handoff. Maybe on Henderson.
This guy will be fun to do a film review on. Yeah. Like skill positions are obviously way better than offensive line. But this guy will be fun.
And this one, Travion Henderson gets into the end zone for a touchdown. Back on the 35. Henderson with room up the middle, busting outside. Travion Henderson down the sideline. And finally, Smith runs him out of bounds. Howard.
Boom, look at that. I mean, I know he's trying to get out on a route right there, but you're telling me that this guy's going to block an interior defensive lineman like this? Or even when he runs through him, he knocks him down? Boom.
Steps up. Howard
area. They're down at 8. Blitz
coming
on Howard.
Look at it. Pick that up.
Delivers
that's just the. Go back and see that. That's violent right there. So if he can't get on the field as a pass catcher.
Down at 8. Blitz coming on Howard. Has time. Delivers a strike. And that one's to Tate. And Connell Tate's got a first down.
Now motions back in. Gets the football on the end around. And Travion Henderson. And then electric long touchdown run against Oregon.
That acceleration.
So, I mean, I guess if you're taking a running back, like early second round, you're hoping he's going to end up being the top 8 running back.
I think draft capital for running backs is, and this is for fantasy too, but I think it's for anything. Like draft capital for running back means a lot. Like Breece Hall was one of the first second round picks in the second round his year. Like
exactly, that's what I mean.
Early second round picks are thought of as elite running backs, so they're taking this guy as like the lead workhorse back to take over for Ramondre.
Yeah.
Like that's second round. That's what you take guys in the second round for.
Yeah, so they expect a lot out of this guy.
Yeah. Yeah, Light Shadows. He is his breakaway speed, and I think he's slippery enough. I mean, he's not. I'm trying to think of like who's the most slippery. He's not Ashton Genty, right? But he runs hard. He's hard to bring down, makes guys miss, and the breakaway speed is really. I said it's him and Dylan Sampson, I believe, have the best in the class. Like Ham Scadaboo ran hard, got caught from behind. Amarian Hampton got caught from behind a couple times. Who else? Like Caleb Johnson from Iowa got caught from behind a couple times. When this guy gets in open fields, he doesn't make like look at that burst through the hole. So he's my running back 3. I think it's a fit. I think it was a need. I just thought that they would go a different direction with how the board fell.
Mason Taylor to the Jets at 42. It's a good player.
I'm 90% sure we mocked that in our mock yesterday too.
At 42?
I think so. There was rumors of him being a number or being like the 26th pick to the who was it that wanted to take him? The Rams. The Rams were thinking of taking him.
So you think Noel makes it to 69 for the Pats?
Okay, so we had Travion Henderson going 41, so not too far to the Bears. I wouldn't risk it. I could see him sliding a little bit, just with some of the size concerns, and maybe the limited role to the slot, but I don't think he should.
Yeah. Yeah, just trying to think who the Patriots could move up for, because you're not going to move up all the way this high. So you're thinking Azaraku and Mike Green, and those guys are going to be gone. So maybe you trade up to like late second round and grab Noel. Something like that.
Mason Taylor, good for him, man. Got the NFL pedigree too.
Like this, your kids see that, and they believe they can do the same.
Earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase with the Chase Inc. Business Unlimited card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
So San Fran's on the clock. Yeah, no, Light Shadows, he's a good back. If he turns into being a workhorse running back and someone like that, you're not going to question it. It's an offensive player. I don't mind it. I didn't think they'd go that way with their offensive side of the ball, but how old is he? He's 22 and a half, so he's almost 23, so a little bit older. I guess shelf life with the injuries are a little bit more of a concern also.
It's the Backyard Makeover Sale happening April 17th through the 27th. $4,000 off MSRP on new hot tubs or up to 30% off clearance spots with
Pat Scout, I agree with this, honestly. I think that they talked about wanting to get a pass-catching running back. That's Gibson's role now. Ramondre and Travion are going to be the guys that rotate. Gibson's role now is probably the third down scat back, James White role type of back. So I could definitely see that. They kind of, I don't know if they tricked us or they just said, hey, we want to get a running back. And it leaked that it was going to be a James White role guy, where all in all, they were planning on moving Antonio Gibson there because he literally was a receiver converted running back coming out of college. So if they can get this guy to work in their passing game, I think could be legit James White replacement. Yeah. I don't think he'll ever be a James White replacement. I don't think he's a great route runner. He's not, going to be super elusive when he's running middle reads and stuff. His speed's his best thing about him. He's not going to run crisp routes like James White. So that's why I think Antonio Gibson will fit into that role, but he's going to be the number one back. Probably he'll get opportunities. You're going to get him the ball on screen passes because of his explosiveness, because of how good he is with the ball in his hands. I would say, dare I say this? I would say that Travion Henderson's similar to the Luther Burden of the running back room. Luther Burden is so good with the ball in his hands, and I think that that's how Travion Henderson is too. Pat Scout, they never replied. No, messed up, man. Messed up. I have two of these things, and they still haven't replied. How messed up of them. So messed up.
With the 42nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Mason Taylor, tight end, LSU.
Edward, what's up, man? I don't know if you saw the Patriots selected running back Travion Henderson. It'd be interesting to hear your thoughts. Anyone else too in here? If you guys have any thoughts, it'd be interesting to hear what you guys think about them. Still 2 more picks, so throw them things in the garbage. They're too good. But yes, they're messing. They're playing with my feelings.
Obviously, Coach, you know his dad, Jason Taylor, pretty well.
I know Zach, too. Zach Thomas is right. This is the biggest recruiting mistake we ever made.
Wow.
This guy's the best tight end we had in camp. Here he beats us and knocks us out of the playoffs right here, first play. Jim had to show this play. Bring back our and I know that he's got 2 Pro Bowl.
I like Mason Taylor. He was a guy I mocked to the Patriots in the 3rd round a couple times, but I think it became very clear he was not going to be a 3rd round tight end.
And then he commits to LSU, then we try to get him. I mean, this guy is an outstanding player, and he's got the right mental makeup, and he can play all the spots at tight end. He can play hand in the dirt. He can move as an H. He can move that out as a wideout. This guy is a really good player. He's my favorite all-around tight end.
This guy is a security blanket, isn't he? Everything you throw his way, you know he's going to bring it down.
Niners are on the clock right now, barring a trade, obviously. Edward's always a hater, man. You didn't like Mike Green. You didn't like Donovan Ezeraku. No Luther Burden. None of that. Here's the pick for the Niners.
Bay Area. Bang, bang, 49ers. With the 43rd pick in the 2025 class, the 49ers select Alfred Collins, D-tackle,
Ooh.
Texas.
Big, long guy. So they took Michael Williams. They're revamping that D-line.
Defensive front the last few years at Texas. Started all 16 games a year ago.
All right, this guy is a really good first and second down run player, which 49ers need to improve the run. If he can improve his pass rush, he's going to be a 3-down player. But you see him here just shedding blocks inside, knocking people back. I mean, this is a big old powerful guy. You know, he always played with some guys where he was like the little brother of Texas until this year. All right, but this guy is really, really good playing the run.
Yeah, never was able to get over 2 sacks in a single season during his 5 years at Texas. He kind of always wanted more, but what do we talk about? The traits versus production debate reigns throughout the draft. Nearly 35-inch arms for Alfred Collins. The very best version of him was a dominant force for Texas. He had kind of his biggest season this past year. Now he lands in the 2nd round.
He needs to improve his pass rush.
Let's see if he can do that for San Francisco. Cowboys back on the clock when you come back.
Would have taken a tight end. I liked Mason Taylor. Honestly, I thought running back and tight end fit in the same category. I thought 2nd round was too early for the Patriots to take one of those guys. With the depth of the running back class and the tight end class, I liked both of those as a 3rd, 4th round spot for one of those positions. But Cowboys pick is in. You gonna do something dumb again like they did?
You've earned this, so hold it up high. You handle chaos with composure, because everything you do behind the scenes sets the stage for their big day. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Medalla, the mark of a fighter.
The queen is here.
Where does Shedeur Sanders go? That's what I'm texting my dad about right now. Where does he go now? Like, the Raiders were supposedly the spot. I mean, who's going to take a chance on him? The Raiders are coming here at pick 48. I guess they could potentially take a chance. If you get down to like, I mean, you're getting in the range of like, do the Lions or the Colts take a chance as potential developmental guys? So I don't know. I'll get it. You're totally fine, man. Appreciate you jumping in. So when you get back in here, just say what's up.
projects doesn't always equal more cash.
I don't know where he goes now.
Let Intuit find what you're owed and generate invoices and reminders.
Giants ain't taking him at the top of the third. Dallas, Donovan Ezeraku, good pick for Dallas. Good pick for Dallas, man. Good value right there.
Expenses, the onboarding, the benefits, the time off requests, fixing payroll. It has to stop.
A cry for help.
Was that necessary?
No, neither is stressing over things that should be automated.
Ezeraku falls to
Less stress for you
44.
and your people.
Okay.
Set your HR and payroll to automatic and make the unnecessary unnecessary.
Nobody.
Colts are on the clock. Alfred Collins went 43.
The Silverado Trail Boss. And a little work.
This would be a sneaky, I say sneaky, Shedeur Sanders spot, the Colts. Now, I would not do it personally, but do they really think that Anthony Richardson has shown enough to say, hey, we're not going to take another guy to either push him or maybe take him over? His contract's coming up soon, the rookie deal. He's been there for 3 years already. So let's see. Who's their other backup quarterback? It's not Flacco anymore. Daniel Jones. There you go. Yep. Let's not take him. So I could see Jack Sawyer being a Mike Vrabel type guy. That dude plays the game the right way.
Selected Matthew Golden out of Texas, first wide receiver they've taken in the first round since 2002. Oh, wow. And they've given him jersey number 81. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Do you approve of that? I approve of that, yeah. That's pretty sweet. Twins got it on. you know what?
Where's the Will Johnson slide end, too? Colts go JT Tuimoloau, a D end out of the Ohio State.
The Dallas Cowboys selection, please welcome NFL legend, 3-time All-Pro, 5-time Pro Bowler, and University of Wisconsin alum, Travis Frederick.
Beautiful chime.
With the 44th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Donovan Ezeraku, defensive end, Boston College.
Donovan Ezeraku became BC's first consensus
So the Rams are on the clock right now.
Luke Kuechly, 2010-2011. That's some pretty high praise there as Ezeraku celebrating going to the Cowboys. The joke that he chose a sport that his mom really didn't care for him playing. Started playing at the age of 7, but even before that.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Green's an impressive talent. It's a little telling. I wonder if the off-the-field stuff is that big of a concern. Now, we've seen people fall because of it. It didn't sound like it was. He's been cleared of charges and stuff. But, yeah, he's a top 15 talent. So there's something weird going on there. And then, obviously, the Will Johnson one. That injury is way worse than people thought because he's 6 on my big board. And, that's without the information that he was having a bad knee injury or he had got flagged for it at the combine. But talent alone, man, those two guys shouldn't be here. They should have been long gone. So we'll see who takes a chance on them. Light shadows, does Shedeur fall out of this round? Gosh, at this rate, I think he does. I was just going through it. Unless we'll see here at 48. Did we get a trade? No. At 48, the Raiders are up. And I think that will be a spot to see if he goes there. I'm scrolling down and looking like I don't know where else he'd go in this round. So if he gets past the Raiders at 48, I think there's a chance he does not get picked this round. Would have been kind of cool to keep Ezeraku in the Boston area.
And you feel his balance, you decide to go in, out, or power rush.
I think you could knock me off balance pretty easily with that.
To announce Indianapolis's selection, please welcome Colts running back, 2021 NFL rushing leader, and University of Wisconsin.
Jonathan Taylor's making the Colts pick.
Taylor.
Wisconsin went out.
Man, it feels so good to be out here. Didn't have the opportunity in 2020 due to circumstances, but I'm back in Wisconsin. It's always a good time out here, man. Huge shout out Salem City, man. This is a dream come true, but Colts Nation, let's find out who my new teammate is going to be, man. Let's go. Let's keep this train rolling on day 2. And with that being said, with the 45th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, my Indianapolis Colts select JT Tuimoloau, DN, Ohio State.
Pat Scout, if both are available at 69, am I taking Trey Harris or Jalen Knoll? I'd probably go Jalen Knoll. My concerns with Trey Harris is it gonna? Oh wow, the Rams with Terrence Ferguson, fastest 40 at the combine for tight ends. They were in on a tight end. So my concerns with Trey Harris is it's both. I don't want to say it's both, but it's a combination of the route tree he was asked to run in that offense he was asked to run in college is not an NFL type offenses. So for me, it's like, what's his route tree going to be like when he's asked to broaden that in the NFL? Really, he only ran like overs, curls, and bubbles. Like, it was very simple. And that's kind of the same argument with Jackson Dart too. So the route tree, a little bit worrisome for me right there. He's not very good run blocker. He's had drop problems, but he has the bigger frame. He's 6'2" and a half. He's had elite production, 3+ years of 900 yards. He was the highest graded player versus man coverage. Again, I think that kind of plays in a little bit to just the simplicity of the offense. So it's hard because I think they're two different ones, but I think right now I'd probably go with Jalen Knoll. Terrence Ferguson, 46. Wow. I have him 95. A little bit off. That's not 1 for 1, but
Wild Wings gave to me free boneless wings, free delivery, a sandwich that is free, free burger, and a free dessert. All because I joined rewards for a month of free.
So Ezra Rocker came off, Cole.
Yeah.
Okay, you saw that?
Yeah, I just saw that.
Dallas.
No matter what you're working on, you can save big on all your spring projects. Now through May 7th.
Does Shedeur fall out of this round? Did you answer this already?
Yeah, I did. I said if he gets past the Raiders, which are coming up here at 48, we're on pick 46 right now, I could see it. I just don't know where else he'd go unless someone trades up. But at this point, why do you feel the need to trade up?
Cleveland at 67 in round 3 is the next one.
Yeah. Yeah, so you got the Rams, whose pick is in. It hasn't been announced yet on TV. The Cardinals are officially on the clock.
Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life. Also try new Iams Healthy Weight Cat Food.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more?
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, bundled together.
Ice Shadow's not a fan of Shedeur Sanders. Entitled rich kids getting put in his place. I do feel bad for him because I think that he gets a lot of unnecessary hate because of who his dad is and kind of that whole situation. But also he has talked a lot of big game. And so, it all comes back around. Darius Alexander is still there. I really like Darius Alexander. I had the Patriots drafting him in one of the mock drafts I did, but that was before that was before they re-signed Milton, or before they signed Milton Williams.
Yeah, so that changes things a little bit.
Yeah, I thought that Darius Alexander is a really good run stuffer. So in the 4-3 scheme, you can put him next to Barmore, and it would be a really good compliment. But I don't think you take it. I mean, you could. The other guy I really like out of D tackles is CJ West out of Indiana. He's another guy that's super quick and explosive off the ball. But I don't know. I guess the D tackle one, once they signed Milton Williams and dropped a bag on him, and they have two of the highest paid interior defensive linemen in the NFL, it maybe didn't make more sense or that much sense.
I feel like they would want to make up the gap from 69 to 38 here now.
They could, yeah.
Because you basically got pretty close picks with 69 and 77. So I feel like It'd be a good spot, and then like in about 10 picks to try to move up.
Yeah.
For the first time in this draft, in their draft headquarters this year at the Air Operations Center for the Los Angeles Fire Department. It's a way to honor those, and see Sean McVay talking to them, to honor the firefighters who responded to devastating wildfires earlier this year. You probably recall the Rams had to relocate a playoff game against the Vikings to Arizona due to those fires that happened in January. And certainly this is a really neat way for the Rams to show their appreciation and to operate the draft from that air operations hangar for the Los Angeles Fire Department.
Did you post
Certainly
Henderson?
salute them for
Yeah.
what they did to
Okay.
try to give relief to those that were impacted by the fires. We see Fire Department here in Green Bay standing by at the ready too. Unfortunately, everything has been A-OK and running smoothly here at the draft in Green Bay, and the Rams making their first pick of this 2025 draft.
To announce the Los Angeles.
I love Femi Oladejo. In my last mock draft I posted on my Instagram, or on our Instagram, I had the Patriots taking Femi Oladejo at 69. But yeah, I think the NFL will be a little higher on him, so I don't know if he makes it out of the second. Boston GM, I feel like they take 77 and try to fill the gap from 140 to 220. It's because they got the Joe Milton pick, so it's really what is it, 170? Oh, Arizona took Will Johnson. There's the slide in right there. Wow. That's a guy they probably thought was going to be, or that they would take at 16. That's crazy. I could see them, but they have picked 171 because of the Joe Milton trade. So I could see them potentially trying to maybe shorten that gap. We'll see.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Terrence Ferguson, tight end, Oregon University.
Fall has ended for Will Johnson. Now, when does the fall end for Shedeur Sanders?
Dangerous tight end will go to Los Angeles. And the future of Ferguson, summer of 2024, Terrence and his high school sweetheart, Sophia Meyer, and went to Telluride, Colorado, and proposed. They even involved the Labradoodles, Obi, and
Okay, this is the pick I'm looking at. The Raiders. Is this Shedeur?
Congratulations to the Fergusons, and congratulations to the Rams for getting a threat at tight end, Nick.
Do they have interviews and stuff for Henderson? And
That's what I was wondering. I haven't seen anything yet.
Okay.
He does need to improve his blocking and probably his ability to separate.
You want me to put the Celtics game up here?
Yeah.
This guy's going to be an outstanding player.
Put hockey, if anything.
I got a breakdown, a Travion Henderson breakdown from Underdog. I don't know if you wanted that, but that's about it.
Next year, Ferguson went on to tie the Oregon record for
Want to put it on?
single season by a tight end with
Sure.
43 this year. The big area for improvement. Coach talked about the blocking. I also like to see
Yeah, we can throw it on for a few minutes while we
more contested catch situations. When the ball is thrown his
see
way,
what
his mindset
happens.
should be, it is my football and mine only.
Terrence Ferguson going
To
to
announce
LA.
the Arizona Cardinals selection, please welcome NFL legend, 3-time first-team All-Pro, and 8-time Pro Bowler, Patrick Peterson.
This is Ohio State running back Trevion Henderson.
And he's got the potential to be one of the best pass game running backs in the NFL. I think immediately 4.43 speed, open field elusiveness. He runs more routes than just like a simple screen, simple swing pass. He's a top of the class pass protector. So to me, in the right offense, he's going to make the most of this committee profile. I think that's going to be the difference. Do you see an early down role from him? Or do we all just agree he's going to be one of the better pass game backs?
You said the right offense. To me, you can't tell me a single play caller gets done watching Trevion Henderson and says, nah, I don't want this guy on my team. I mean, I'm not calling him a perfect prospect. We're certainly going to dive into the details of every facet of his game. But what he does offer can be really difficult to find in every single draft class. Big plays. He will absolutely work between the tackles. He has some edge to him, I thought. And the pass pro stuff was a major positive, as you outlined.
Yeah, I mean, just here with some of the advanced metrics. I mean, one of the best EPA per rush running backs, actually the best it looked like in college football last year. And then yards after contact, only Ashton Genty really was better than him, and that was a significant margin. But there's definitely things to be excited about with this guy. It's just I guess the position in that spot with some of the guys on the board is kind of more where our not disappointment, but like hesitation may come in. But it's not like the Patriots aren't getting a good player here who's going to add to their offense, especially with the questions with Ramondre. And they needed a pass catching back, and he can kind of do it all with the pass blocking, pass catching, and just in general being a good rusher.
One thing it was a Pat Scout brought up while you were gone is I think that this makes it a little easier to put Antonio Gibson in that third down role, which is where he thrived early in his career. He was a converted running back from receivers. So I think that that's makes a little more sense now to have Antonio Gibson be that back too, and then Travion Henderson screens, swings, get the ball in his hand. I also said something, and I haven't thought about this. It just kind of came to my mind. I think that the way people look at Luther Burden at the receiver position, just get the ball in his hands, is the way I look at Travion Henderson. Is he has home run speed, he's great in space, get the ball in his hands whatever way you can, running the ball, fly sweeps, pass catching, whether it's screens or swings. So kind of the same type of player in that aspect where, hey, this guy's so electric. Once he gets the ball in his hands, you just got to find a way to do it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I definitely think it's an added benefit to add him in this room, and also we always seen Ramondre is better when he's got fresh legs and he's not having to carry as many touches. So just being able to split that room a little bit, I think, is good. Vrabel's always thrived with having a star running back on his team. So obviously you hope this guy, I mean, what do you think is realistic expectations? Looking 2-3 years down the road, you would think, like I mentioned earlier, you would think he's a top 8 running back if you're taking him here. Is that fair?
I think that's kind of the expectation, right? Like you're going to say Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Ashton Genty. I'm trying to think of
the only guys with higher draft capital than him right now in the NFL would be the guys you just named, Marion Hampton, and I mean, really anybody else. You said Breece Hall was right around there as well.
Breece Hall was there, but we've seen what he's been like the last couple of years. Saquon's going to be up there still. Yeah. Derrick Henry might be out of the league in 2 or 3 years, with his age. Josh Jacobs good, but I think this guy could be better than him with his breakaway speed. Jonathan Taylor. I think it's realistic to say he could be a top 8 running back here in 3 years.
That's fair expectations, I would say, if with taking a guy at that spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Houston traded up with the Raiders, so the Raiders are not on the clock. Who they take?
Ariante Arsuri. They took him.
Nice. That's a good pick for them too.
Yeah, it is. When you just traded
out of the first, and then you get rid of Tunsil.
Yeah, Laremy Tunsil. Thank you.
Yeah. So they get out of the first and they come away with Ariante Arsuri, Jaden Higgins. So that's good for them. But yeah, I don't know where Shedeur falls now. I don't know where he goes because where did Houston come up from? Jeez, they must have came up from a long ways down there.
All right, I'm gonna keep playing this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Which is rare to say.
It's not lagging or anything. Is it good?
No.
Okay, good. You can hear it fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
About any prospect at any size entering the NFL.
Yeah, I saw the exact same thing. Blitz pickups, the physicality. You see him lead blocking at times as well.
That's
so
there's
one.
Go back to
physical pickups, the physicality. You see him lead blocking at times as well. So there's a physical blitz pickups.
I mean, that was the same thing. I think it was Saban was just talking about, like,
lead.
That's what you want to see right there from your running back on third downs, pass blocking. It's the physical guy can hold his own for sure as a pass blocker. I'm sure Vrabel saw this on tape and was like, let's get that guy. But it's not just that. Obviously, the breakaway speed. I think they said 22 mile an hour was around where he topped out last year. So good player.
Lead blocking at times as well. So there's a physical nature of his game. I didn't see that as like a rusher as much. I think that he relies on his smoothness and his athleticism. We're talking about 89th percentile broad jump, 86th percentile on the 10-yard split. So the burst is definitely there. About average enforced missed tackle rate, maybe a little bit above average there because he gets utilized in space, and that's where I want him out there. He can split defenders.
So it seems like this is one of the differences between him and Ramondre. Ramondre seems to be up there in forced missed tackles when he's in the open field, and when Ramondre is himself, he's getting through contact and he's making people miss tackles. Last year, you didn't see that as much, and that's probably because all the hits he took and they were behind the line of scrimmage. That's why Ramondre was not himself. But when he's going and he's got space and he's got guys one-on-one, typically it's tough to take him down. So maybe that's one difference here. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, yeah. And that's what I'm saying. The disappointment of Ramondre, like from where he was his rookie year and then the second year, it's like I just haven't seen that same running back with the injuries and fumble concerns. I just haven't seen that the last 2 seasons also. So it's been a little disappointing. And then right off the bat, this guy's faster than him, faster than what Ramondre will be. So he has that home run speed.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the screen game, nice hands on these big swing routes, big wheel routes down the field. There's actually this one move, part of the evaluation, where every single OC is going to want him. Motion him out against a linebacker. He runs a sluggo up the field for about a 40-yard gain, catches the ball with the sun beaming in his eyes. That's like the versatility that TreVeyon Henderson brings.
I don't know if you remember this play. I think this was either Cam Newton or Mac Jones. One of James White's last years, I remember a play that was just like this on the sideline.
It's a linebacker. He runs a
James
sluggo
White
up the field for about a 40-yard gain.
And did this to a linebacker, and he placed it perfectly in there. I can't remember which one it was, but that reminds me a lot of old.
I'm pretty sure
old
it was
James
Mac
White.
Jones.
Was it?
I think I'm remembering Mac Jones.
Yeah. I think it was this side of the field too, that sideline. Just showing his pass catching, his route running ability here as well.
The ball with the sun beaming in his eyes. That's like the versatility that TreVeyon Henderson brings. So the fact that he's that smooth, but in pass protection can hold up, that is a pretty unique skill set.
Sluggo versus Purdue, as you outlined, wheel route versus the Tennessee Volunteers, even took a screen pass 75 yards to the house against the Texas Longhorns. I think we slightly disagree on him, so I'm excited to have this conversation. But let's go back to the top and really who TreVeyon Henderson is. He's 5'10", 210 pounds. He'll be 22 until October. Like you said, 4.43 40, 152, 10-yard split, and really burst onto the scene as a freshman with his best statistical season that year. He was second on that Ohio State Buckeyes club in yards. One that had Jack.
I mean, great athlete here, obviously. 92. He was first running back rank at the combine for the athleticism score. So obviously great athlete.
Jackson Smith and Jigba, Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr., Andy Mecca Egbuka. In fact, he had more receiving yards that year than Egbuka and Marvin Harrison Jr. And look, he went from about 17 touches per game over the last 2 seasons down to about 10 this year when Quinshon Judkins was added. In an interview, he mentioned that Ryan Day came to him when they added Judkins through the transfer portal. And he cited the Detroit Lions backfield in making this pitch to him, saying, hey, we can have the same complementary skill set and become the best backfield if you do give up a couple carries and add some explosives to your game. And that's exactly what happened.
Good comparison.
That's most of the NFL at this point, too. You don't see many bell cows. TreVeyon Henderson, I do not think will do that. He just comes in at just over 200 pounds. So he's going to be in the committee in the NFL, just like what percentage of the pie is he going to get? I think in comparison to Gibbs, I don't see like the rare explosiveness out in space. I don't see quite as much in between the tackles physicality with TreVeyon Henderson. But I do think like how they would be utilized in terms of the touches that you'd be trying to get out of TreVeyon Henderson, it would certainly look very similar to what you're getting from Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, there's a number of times where he creates his big runs and it's going against the grain of defensive backs. He's such like a free mover when in the open field. He's always looking to make those corners and those safeties angling to attack him, miss in that area. I do think it's very easy to say, again, at 202, 205 pounds, that, I wish he was 10 pounds heavier so he could turn, those 3-yard carries into 5-yard carries. But we have a ton of those types of runners in this class. And in every class, there's a handful of those that enters the NFL. I don't think that there's a TreVeyon Henderson in every single class. Like, to me, he's a difference maker. He alters the fabric of an NFL offense immediately. And I guess my question to you is, among all running backs, among all wide receivers you've watched so far, how many can you say that about in this draft class?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the reason why he's going to end up going in the second round. I think for me, if I'm building out my team, that gets me a little bit nervous just because you can find some NFL running backs that play pass downs for super, super cheap in the draft. Now, I think that TreVeyon has way more explosiveness than some of those types. So that's going to be the pros and cons of this draft pick. Like, to me, the comps, like There's some James Cook to his element. I think that James Cook hasn't caught quite as many passes. You see the explosiveness. Aaron Jones would be like the high-end comp who like came and go with how many touches he would get in his career, maybe best as a utility guy. And then in a pinch later in the season, you can give him a big workload. I think like the fallback would be Rachaad White, who plays a lot more downs in the NFL than you would think because he's so good in pass protection. But I think TreVeyon Henderson has a little more juice than Rachaad White does.
So you said it made you nervous to add him? Like, to me, it's the exact opposite. I would feel amazing to add TreVeyon Henderson to my team because of what he brings to the table. Like, I know it's really easy to focus on some of the negatives, and I'll even bring up some here in a moment. The NFL is about creating explosives, and he brings explosives. And again, Rico Dowdle just signed for $3 million in a 1-year contract, and he's the type that can create 5 yards, 6 yards on a 2-yard run, typically. Like, they're
So just to kind of give a little stat here from the 33rd team, only 3 NFL ball carriers reached 22 plus miles an hour last season. Turpin, Thomas Jr., and Gibbs, and TreVeyon Henderson did that at Ohio State last year. So got some of that breakaway speed.
That he does.
Also hasn't fumbled since his freshman year.
I was just looking at the stats. Like he was a sorry, now I took it away. He had 1,000 yards on 145 carries. Like if you go look at everyone else that had 1,000 yards, like it's on 200 or something carries. Like that's 7 yards per carry, like 4.43 yards after contact per attempt. And this is all while splitting time, obviously, with Quinshot Judkins. So, wow, Seattle takes a tight end. Elijah, tight ends flying off the board right now. It's the run on tight ends.
Broncos move back, and the Panthers coming up. Let's get Panthers on here.
I bet you I know this is where the Mike Green slide ins for Carolina.
It's so funny watching the PFF thing. It's like PFF users picked Mike Green, and it's been the pick for like a bunch of them.
Yeah. I could see this being them coming up. They need defense. I think that there was a chance they could have taken Jalen Walker. They don't have a very great defense, but I love the Tet pick for them, but they need it.
I don't think that it's I think it makes a lot of sense if you're going Mike Green that you're jumping ahead of the Titans.
Yeah.
The Seattle Seahawks selection. Please welcome NFL legend, 2005 MVP and Offensive Player of the Year, 2-time All-Pro, and 3-time Pro Bowler Sean Alexander.
What up, 12s? Before we start, I gotta say happy birthday to my son, Jedediah. Everyone say happy birthday.
Wow. They go Nick Scorton. Carolina goes Nick Scorton, which is an edge rusher, still a guy that kind of falls. So
that makes a lot of sense, though. Edge is in front of Tennessee.
Yep.
Miami, 50th overall pick and the 5th tight end taken to this draft. I don't think it was the Grinch or not. It would be a little bit like it. They won't be unhappy. But as you look at
Mike Green has got to have some issues.
He's moving from one corner of the continent to the other, but moving around, that shouldn't be a problem for Elijah.
I know he's a little undersized too, so maybe teams are worried about that with the combination.
I don't think it's on the field stuff. I mean, on the field, I feel like he should have been top 15 pick in this draft.
My mom found me a team right away, and I really, built a brotherhood with those guys. Playing football in Mexico.
I'm thinking we're going to get a kicker this draft, too. Need a kicker.
And it's really where I learned the game. I want to thank my family, my friends,
great.
Everybody who's been
Chad Ryland.
I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Gracias.
I'm going to
mis amigos.
I'm going to throw up another Baldy breakdown real quick. This one's
okay.
Quick.
Pull it up.
Sorry, guys. Okay.
TreVeyon Henderson can do it all. He really can. He's an excellent receiver. You can screen it to him. He's patient.
picks up the convoy right here, and then he explodes. All right. He just knows how to weave right here. This is a 75-yard touchdown off a screen. Home run hitter, right? 4.43 speed at 202 pounds. Now, there's a lot more to him than just that. Like, this is the first run of the game against Texas. First run of the game now. All right, here we go. All right, you got the big bad boys from Austin, Texas. Here he comes. All right, here we go. Picks up a block right here, sets up the block, sets up another block, and he's down the sideline for 22. All right, now watch his patience to the hole. All right, that's the key. Can you be patient to the hole and then explode through it? I mean, it's cliche, but it's so true. Watch his patience right here because they're big inside. There's Alfred Collins right there. Like, here's the stutter, and then bam, explode through it. All right, nice 6-yard gain right there. Get what's there. And then, look, every back has got to show that they can be good in blitz pickup. All right, so let's watch him in blitz pickup here because he's going to get tested in New England. All right, you watch him right here. Here he comes right up the middle. All right, stick it to him right in the chest. It's not perfect, but put your helmet in there. Bam. All right, take a little bit of his air out of his diaphragm and let Will Howard make the throw. Nice choice by the Pats.
Femi Oladejo to Tennessee. I really liked Femi. He was a edge. He didn't quite make my top 100, but he was there.
Oops. All right, so who's up now? The Bucks.
The Bucks.
That helps him tremendously, and he says he loves Dwight Freeney. A good role model for sure, and if you're boxing your brother, you're going to probably punch a little bit harder.
Hence the heavy hand. Dwight Freeney is a pretty good edge guy. So I might get
Right, so we look at the Titans draft room right now. They, of course, had the first pick in this draft and took Cam Ward.
All right, so
To announce the Tennessee Titans selection,
he picks away.
NFL legend,
I'm thinking somewhere here in the next 5 to
and
8 picks would be a trade-up spot if they're looking for somebody.
Yeah.
Best available: Mike Green, Trey Amos, Morrison, Kevin Winston Jr.
And with the 52nd pick in the 2025.
What about Landon Jackson? That's somebody that's at, right? In the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
Aladejo.
He's just so limited as a pass rusher in the NFL, I think.
Yeah, which I guess is kind of more of the role we need as a pass rusher.
I don't know. I mean, you look at, there's a couple receivers I really like in the 3rd round. Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams, Trey Harris, Jalen Knoll. I wouldn't mind Jack Besh. I think he's limited athletically, but he's going to do a lot of really good things. He's really good run blocker. He gets open very well. So I'm trying to think. Double dip at tackle. Ozzie Trapio's still there.
I feel like they still got enough holes where double dip and a tackle might be early.
I
think a center is a
the best center right now that's still available is Jared Wilson. True center, only started 1 year at Georgia. The other one is Tate Ratledge. Tate Ratledge is a really good interior offensive line. Mostly played right guard. Right? Yeah, he mostly played right guard. So, hopefully he can move there. Looking at edge, there's a couple guys that are just pass rush specific that are still available. Princely Umali Mellon from Ole Miss. Josiah Stewart out of Michigan. These are guys that are just pass rush specialists. So if they want to get like the best pass rusher, there's ways to go. I mean, there's Jack Sawyer, who is an Ohio State guy who's a tone setter and seems like a Mike Vrabel guy. I don't know if I'd love the pick just because of the limited athleticism, but
we have
as unpredictable as life itself. Unless you use Open Door to sell your home, then it's like pretty easy.
Henderson being interviewed by the Pats right now. Let me throw that up.
okay, I'll turn this down. I want to touch on Benjamin Morrison to Tampa Bay. There you go. They get a corner.
You want to touch on that first?
No, sorry. I wanted to touch on this comment about interior defensive line from Boston GM. I do like the interior defensive line. Like guys that I think are still available that I like Omar Norman-Lott, I'm not as high on as some just because he is very limited to a pass rush guy. Darius Alexander, big run stuffer. I really like CJ West with his explosiveness to get out of the gate. Shamar Turner's a big-bodied guy. I think that it just makes more sense in like the third or fourth, or in the fourth or fifth rounds. You can get like a Ty Robinson from Nebraska, Josh Farmer from Florida State. Aeneas Peebles is another one that's just super small and a pass rush specialist. But I don't know. I don't know if I would want to go interior defensive line right here after dropping all that money. So I think there's guys to look at in the fourth, fifth round. Here would be another little bit of a head scratcher, but I do agree that interior defensive line class is pretty stacked. So you can go ahead and play that.
And so, other than that, honestly, I had no clue that New England was going to be the spot, and so it was definitely a surprise for me.
Trevion, your head coach is Mike Vrabel. He's an Ohio State alum. That must excite you a little bit.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
I like that Pat's hat.
Yeah, it's good looking. The draft that's
not the draft one though.
No, that one's way better looking than the draft one.
The draft ones always suck. I don't think I've ever seen a draft one that I'm like, oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, maybe I'll have to see where he got that hat.
Definitely. I know. I think I watched a video. He's trying to rebuild the culture there, and so man, I'm excited. I'm excited to be a part. Of what he's looking to accomplish.
Trevion, for those who don't know you, how would you describe your game?
I say I'm fast. I'm explosive. I'm good in one-on-one matchups. My receiving ability, my blocking. I pretty much can do it all.
Trevion, hi, I'm Sophie. I'm with A to Z. I'm just curious. Are you familiar with Drake May at all? His style of play, and just what's your level of excitement to kind of get in here and play with him as your quarterback?
Yeah, I'm familiar with him. Great player. I'm excited. To play alongside of him, and yeah, I can't wait to get started. To get there and get started, get to work with him.
Trevion, how did your experience the last 4 years at Ohio State prepare you for this opportunity? You've had some ups and downs, but how did that experience prepare you to play in the NFL?
Yeah, man, I'm thankful. I heard a lot, from the players in the past, who played in the past, who played their NFL careers, how they said Ohio State did a good job of preparing them for what's next. And so, all the meetings, pretty much this whole draft process, I can say, Ohio State prepared me for that. And, I'm believing, what they put us through will prepare me, have prepared me for, when I take those steps, and get there, to New England. And so.
Trevion, how familiar are you with Josh McDaniels and how he uses running backs within his offense?
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with it, but I'm excited, to learn, to get coached by him. And so, yeah, I'm excited, I'm just excited to learn and grow.
Trevion, one of the big things we've seen go through notes is ball security and how well you took care of the ball at Ohio State. How important is that for you as a player?
Very important. That's something we did almost every week at Ohio State. And I know we put the ball on the ground, it's a high possibility you're coming out and you're probably not playing again. And so that encouraged me a lot, to hold on to the ball because it can cause a team, especially in those big matchup games. And so, that's something that I'm looking forward to carrying on to the next level as well, just holding on to the ball.
I also want to know about how good is your trophy security, because you showed that at the White House with the little fumble with JD Vance. Is that something you can promise to Patriots fans?
I can't make a promise, but yeah, I'll just say, I'm gonna give it everything that I got to hold on to that ball.
Trey, just going back for a second. So you said you had the Zoom call with Coach Dews. Nothing at the combine, no pro day. Have you ever talked with Coach Vrabel?
No, I don't recall having a meeting with them. Yeah, no, it was honestly a surprise. It was a surprise for sure.
Trevion, how much do you know about the running backs on the Patriots roster, Ramondre Stevenson and Antonio Gibson, and what are your thoughts about joining that room?
Yeah, I'm excited to really learn from those guys. man, I'm excited to be part of that room, and yeah, looking to build and grow with those guys. You know, I'm looking forward to that.
Trevion, generally running backs, it's a bit of a transition or a struggle to pick up pass protection schemes, blitzes. You seem to be really good at it. How did you get to be this good at it at this stage of your career?
Yeah, again, developed at Ohio State. You know, the coaches there, and just competing against some of the best players every day in practice. You know, help me out a lot, and so that's something I continue to look, you know, to work at and bring onto the leaders. You know, I know that's very important. You know, as a running back, and so that's something that I got to definitely continue to work at and making sure I'm staying on top of.
Trivian, with the Zoom meeting, when was that, and what else do you remember about that?
I don't remember when it was. It was more so. I believe it was like early on. You know, after the combine, I believe, and so, you know, it was more so just getting to know your background, seeing how well do you know ball, how fast can you pick up the system, and I believe I did a pretty good job. You know, I don't. If I did a bad job, I don't know if they would have picked me. So, yeah, I think I did a good job.
Travion, can you take us through just the whole moment? Who was with you when you got the call, and just what your reaction was like when you saw the number come across your screen?
Yeah, I was with my mom and dad, my grandma, both of my grandmothers, and my brother on the couch. And yeah, when I got that call, it's crazy. I didn't even know who had to pick at the time as well, because I forgot what was on the TV at the time. And so when I was getting the call, you know, I was shocked. I was definitely shocked. And yeah, it's excited. You know, I prayed on this. You know, there's been a lot of sacrifices. You know, a lot of hard work, and so, you know, I'm just thankful that God has put me in this position, and that He's leading me to New England. You know, I know it's for a great reason, and so.
Trevion, did Coach Vrabel have a message for you when you were picked?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. The moment went by so fast. I barely remember too much. I was so excited. It was going by so fast. Yeah, there was just so much emotions I barely remember.
We're going to finish up with two final questions from online here. So we're going to start with Taylor Kyles.
Trevion, thank you for your time, man. Welcome to New England. Congrats on getting drafted. I read in the scouting report that said that you're motivated by your mother. So I'm curious, could you tell us a little bit about that relationship and why she inspires you so much?
Yeah, she inspires me a lot. And definitely when I was younger, you know, seeing all the sacrifices, everything that she had to sacrifice to help provide for me and my other two brothers. You know, she worked really hard, and you know, when times got tough, you know, she didn't give up, you know, and so that was more so my encouragement. You know, when I first got to Ohio State, when times got tough, you know, just seeing everything that she went through and her not giving up and encouraged me, you know, when times got tough to not give up. And so, yeah, I'm thankful.
Thank you again.
And
man.
the final question from Chris Ryan.
Hey, congrats. Welcome to New England. Just what excites you the most about this particular opportunity, and what kind of your initial thoughts on what this team is and what you can bring?
Yeah. What excites me the most, you know, is just being part of the culture. You know, I'm just excited to learn about the culture, to learn about what they're trying to do there. And you know, I believe, you know, they're trying to compete for a Super Bowl. And so, you know, I'm just excited to come there, and I know God is leading me there for a reason. And so, you know, I'm just walking by faith, and you know, I don't understand it all now, but you know, eventually I will. You know, eventually I will. So, yeah, I'm honestly just excited. You know.
And how do you feel that your run with Ohio State kind of prepared you for a playoff type football, the type of environment this team is looking
Trey Harris off the board.
Trey Harris, yep.
to to get to where you guys faced a lot of adversity this year, particularly after the Michigan game? What did you learn about what it takes to win in those types of situations?
Yeah, you know, I think the biggest thing is just, you know, at Ohio State we talk about the brotherhood, and last year the brotherhood was really special. You know, when times got tough, you know, we stayed together, and I believe a big part of that is because of our faith in Jesus. And so, you know, I'm just that's the most important thing. It's just we have to be willing to love each other, to fight for each other, to be all bought in, and have the same goal in mind. And yeah, I'm just excited. However I can be part of that, however I can learn, however I can grow, that's what I'm willing to do. They're willing to help the team however I can. So
Thank you.
yep, thank you.
Travion, thank you very much for your time and congratulations.
Trey Harris off the board to the Chargers at pick 55. So the Bears are now on the clock. I wouldn't mind Trey Harris in the third. There's a little bit of concerns with the route running, but in the third, that's good value. Back half of the second. Pat Scout IG asked thoughts on Xavier Watts if he falls. I think Xavier Watts is one of the better free safeties in this class. He's a ball hawk. When you talk about a guy that has 7 interceptions in 2023, 6 in 2024, and 27 PBUs over the last 2 years, he's great at anticipating. He's a ball hawk when he's in the middle of the field. He only ran a 4.58, but I think he plays faster and quicker than that. He gets very good reads on run pass, so he doesn't get fooled in play action stuff. He's been a 2-year team captain. So I would I wouldn't say I would like. I'm not saying he's my number one option, but I think they would make sense because the Patriots have missed a free safety in the middle of the field for the last couple of years.
Lions just traded up.
Shedeur.
First treatment of its kind that calms the nerves that make you itch, soothes inflammation, and restores skin barrier.
Wow, inter-division trade, huh? They traded with the Bears?
Traded up over the Ravens and the Raiders, yeah.
Oh, so no, they traded to 57 to get with the Panthers?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Bears went Ozzie Trapio, who was a guy I think the Patriots would have looked at to double dip.
Yeah.
Ask your dermatology specialist about
That makes sense for them.
Yeah, they need tackle help, especially on the right side. So big right tackle.
With a crisp, refreshing taste. A reward for those with a fighting spirit.
I wonder who the Lions think they need to trade up over the Raiders and the Ravens for.
Shedeur.
Shedeur, really? You think?
I don't know.
The biggest events in the country right now.
Mike Green feels like a Ravens player.
Yeah.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
The Max guy I do the Draft Geeks podcast with is texting me and he wants Mike Green. I mean, a lot of people want Mike Green. He's a top 15 talent, but there's things going on there. But yeah, I mean,
there's a reason the 10th ranked prospect on PFF is still available, almost third round.
The most important meal of the day. Well, they are correct. Enjoy your choice of a savory steak patty, bacon or sausage with egg and cheese.
Bro, you want to know what the scary thing that could happen? Watch him fall to fetching 64 and the Eagles take him.
We cherish before entering an intricate system
Crazy.
of pipes, pumps, and treatment that sustain our homes.
That's such an Eagles thing too, and he'll all of a sudden be a great dude and
the
just
foundation
dominate.
of our way of life.
Well, dude, he's from Pennsylvania. He's actually from Virginia, I should say, but he's from up there.
Yeah, it's all the same in the northeast region, huh?
Yeah, you guys are all the same. Yeah, except for you guys. You guys are Canadian, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Whatever.
Do I need to start saying A? You're Canadian.
Says the few.
Save big with exclusive offers and expert picks. Get the best value.
Did my mute my mic?
Yeah, you muted it.
Oh, shoot.
Good job. Can't say the joke anymore.
It's over now.
What are you gonna say?
I says future UMaine head coach over there.
I take it.
Oh boy, Celtics are not off to a hot start this half. They're being outscored 16-3.
How are the Red Sox doing? I know they started off pretty good. Are they still?
They're really not. They're fine right now. I mean, they're a couple games out of first place, but the whole division's a shit show.
That makes so much sense for them, bro.
Yeah,
that's a great trade up for them. That's a good trade. Right? Yeah, they're 17-10, and they have the toughest schedule, bro. They swept the Dodgers out in a 2-game series. They've played the whole NL West pretty much. Like they haven't even played a division game yet. So, and they're playing the Phillies this week. They beat them today 4-0. That Lions pick makes way too much sense. Who is this?
Is that all you got? Come on, you can be louder than that.
This guy sounds like a off-brand Pat McAfee.
I have no clue who this guy is.
I know y'all mad because championship gold looks good on the blue and orange. But in all seriousness, Green Bay,
Who's the blue and orange?
He's the Bears.
Lambeau Field.
He's announcing this for the Bears. They're a little behind. So this is Ozzie Trapillo.
I was gonna say, is he talking about the Lions?
Because the king of the North, the best quarterback in the NFC North,
Jack Bash to Vegas.
Williams.
It's not bad. I wouldn't have taken. I would not have taken him over some of the guys still available, like Jalen Knoll and Jalen Royals and Kyle Williams.
Doesn't he kind of feel like a bigger Jacoby Myers a little bit?
A little bit. Probably a little better blocker than him and stuff, but
Maybe a little better downfield too. Contested catch. Oh, Seth Rollins. He's a WWE guy.
he has a WWE Bears belt around him.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Greatest franchise in the NFL, the Chicago Bears.
This guy's a nut job.
Ozzie Trapillo, tackle from Boston College.
The fans crack me up, bro. There's no way this dude all in a whole Bears outfit knows Ozzie Trapillo. I'm not saying he has to. It's just funny.
Apparently, that was a pick that was greeted rather warmly from Seth Rollins. All right, here's what you get with Ozzie.
I mean, that just got announced, and we're already 2 picks ahead.
Yeah. Jack Besh got announced, and yeah. Ooh, I had Jack Besh at 56 on my big board. He went 58.
I can't believe Shadur Sanders is about to fall out of the second round.
BC High to BC.
Where's he gonna go now, bro?
He was an
I don't know.
BC, and then he was able to play in the NFL.
I'm starting to feel bad for him a little bit.
That's what my dad texted me, and I'm like, I get it, right? I get why people might feel bad for him, but man, they talked all this, bro.
Yeah, I guess I didn't follow it that much. Was he the one talking, or was it?
I mean, he wore like New York Giants cleats to one of the.
I did see that. Yeah,
he wasn't like vocally saying stuff. Like he's just he's in the spotlight a lot, so saying a lot of stuff. Baltimore, they're gonna take like a Mike Green and just again, they just take good football players.
Yeah,
this would be another culture one to take Mike Green and just be like, yeah, they can make him right. Did you hear Roger Goodell said something yesterday after the draft about how they should shorten the first round?
Did he really?
Yeah.
Please.
Yep. Put the first round at 7 minutes, and then the day 2 at 5, and then the other one's probably at like 3 or 4.
Yeah. There's no reason that one round has to take 4 hours.
But the other thing that he said was, or the other thing I was reading is they said that what they wanted to do was give each team 7 minutes, and each team during one pick, it doesn't matter if it's the first, second, third, fourth, fifth round, has an option to extend the pick timer 2 minutes. So you could use that in the first round. You could use it in the second. You could use it one time throughout the draft, but you can extend it 2 minutes.
If you're trying to work out a trade or something.
Trade or, you need more time, but that you could use it one time to extend it.
So if you trade up, does the clock reset?
Yes.
Cheering his home team whenever he could.
Dude, Celtics are on the Magic are on a 20-4 run to start the half.
A what?
20-4 run. Start the half. Magic are whooping the Celtics after
Going to turn it over to his
this half so far.
David, who will announce in honor of their brother and son.
The Ravens, Shadur Sanders. USA, USA, USA.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And here we go. The Denver Broncos have traded the 57th pick to the Detroit Lions.
Did you see the Patriots invited
57th pick.
Gronk to do the 69th pick, and he was busy?
NFL draft.
No.
Yeah.
No. No. He's got to become unbusy for that one, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy. They were talking about it on Edelman's pod too.
No. That would have been so funny. Bro, he would have done something crazy.
There's no way that he's really that busy where he couldn't have done it.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh. I wanted to see what he would have said, bro. He would have been so out of pocket.
It would have been the Brady roast up there, saying some dirty stuff.
Oh.
Mike Green. Yeah, that makes
Is that
so
who
much
it is?
sense.
Oh
Yeah,
my gosh, my buddy's gonna be
Told you.
so happy, bro.
that makes so much sense.
Oh my gosh, they got. Oh my heck, bro, they got. Oh, that's crazy. They got the 13th best prospect at what, 59?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So they have my 13th best prospect and my 8th best prospect. They got Malachi Starks at 27 when he was 8, and they got Mike Green at 13 or at 59, and he was my 13.
1990s all-decade team, Steve
You know what's crazy? When do the Patriots end up with a player whose consensus, like
top 10, but falls?
Yes. When have we ever had somebody like that? It's always Patriots reached by 30 picks. Like when?
Some other amazing fans, that being
Cole Strange.
Like the biggest steal for us was
13 years with the Silver
Tom Brady.
And the man who used to always make this pick is a Raider legend.
yes, but not consensus. I mean,
I know
the biggest recent consensus steal for us was
Willie Brown, his tradition in
Gonzalez?
Keon White.
Oh
wait, no. Was it Ronnie Perkins? Who was it?
I don't know. I would say Gonzalez, because wasn't Gonzalez yeah, you're right.
He was consensus like top 10.
Yeah.
And he fell to like 16 or whatever we took him at.
Ronnie Perkins was up there in like the 30s, and we got him at like 60 or something, whatever.
Yeah, he was like 40 or like late 30s, and we got him somewhere around there.
Yeah.
But that's not.
Make that dream possible.
I don't know.
Tonight we have another dream being made. With the 58th.
I think running back could come off here for Denver. Let's see that.
I'm fine. Take all the running backs now. We already got one. So we're coming up here pretty quick. I'm honestly pretty surprised the Patriots aren't more active.
Well, see, all it takes is them to make one trade, with I don't know. Chicago's already traded down a couple, so they might not want to trade down again, but maybe Kansas City. Kansas City has pick 63 and 66, so maybe you could trade pick 77 and a fourth or something to get up to one of those ones. Probably pick 63. Because this Kansas City. Yeah, Kansas City has a fourth, so yeah, maybe not. I don't know.
Where are the Broncos? Do I not have them on here?
Honors his brother as well. It's an emotional night for sure for the Besh family.
My brother's name is Tiger Besh. He was my best friend. He was my mentor. He was the person I always looked up to, the person I always wanted to be. He died January 1st,
Raiders
in the terror attacks in New Orleans on Bourbon Street.
Breaking news, a pickup truck plowed into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street.
14 innocent victims all dying.
He was the person who first saw greatness in me. He would have wanted to play college football at Princeton University up in New Jersey.
Tiger Besh, he is gone for 70.
Whenever a team gets me, they're not only meeting Jack Besh, but they're meeting Tiger Besh. I have 2 different tattoos to remember him and to represent him. So the first one I have is 7 to Heaven. It's the number he wore in high school and in college. And the second one is Roman numerals. It's right over my heart. It's his birthday, January 28th, 1997, and the day he died, January 1st, 2025. And they just go and represent that they're both on my left side, that he's my other half, and he'll forever be my other half.
That was good.
Jack had a 1,000-yard season for the Horned Frogs after transferring to TCU the 2023 season, and the Senior Bowl Most Valuable Player. And I mentioned this play earlier that turned out to be, look, at Senior Bowl, you're just trying to impress the scouts, show how you work and all of that, but then it came right down to the end with Jack wearing Tigers number 7, and then made this memorable play on 4th and goal. The game-winning touchdown.
Walk-off touchdown for Jack Bech. And Reese, we talked a lot about the personal story here for Jack Bech. Throughout the process,
All right, we're getting there.
I probably brought him up once a week on our show. This is my guy here. Last I checked, there are 2 primary jobs for wide receivers. We've got to get open, we've got to catch the football. I don't care if this guy runs a 4.55 or whatever the 40 time might have been for him. He did not write one run during the pre-draft process. He's consistently getting open at the top of routes. On top of that, he never drops anything. No. If you throw the ball outside of his frame, he's going to catch it. You throw the ball when there are defenders bearing down on him, he is going to catch it. He's tough after the catch. And this process can be complicated because you don't always know what you're getting in the combination of player and person. I'm not sure there's any prospect in the entire draft that I feel as confident in when you take the combination of not just what you see on the field, but who this player is off the field as a human as well. I love this selection for the Raiders.
You look at some of the outstanding receivers that TCU has produced, and Jack Bech stacks up very well with them. Jack Bech, selected by the Las Vegas Raiders.
Is the 3rd round the same timer?
I think so. Bro, why it's taking so long is because they freaking are at commercial, but the Ravens pick's been in for 4 or 5 minutes.
We bring what you need,
Yeah.
and you bring it to life. Order today and get fast, free delivery from the Home Depot.
Products range from product not yet rated to everyone.
The Detroit
Hello?
JD, it's Coach DQ with the Commanders. You ready for this?
Been ready, coach.
Man, I already know. You've been building for this your whole life.
It's weird how some picks are faster than others, and then you got the Broncos who've been on the clock for it's like 15 minutes.
Just don't make it to the top. Thankfully, I'm not just talking to anyone. No, sir.
So who are you hoping falls here for the Pats? Who are you hoping? RJ Harvey.
Denver. Wow. I actually was high on RJ Harvey. He was in my top 10 running back rankings. I didn't know he'd go this high, but that is wow.
With Snapdragon, there's no
I'm at 86 on my big board, but he was my running back 9.
fastest PCs with multi-day
Running back 9. Wow.
Unlock your potential with Snapdragon at the heart of your PC.
Who am I hoping for? Let me go to receivers. I would be fine with any of Jalen Royals, Kyle Williams, Jalen Knoll. Tight end. I don't want him to take Harold Fannin. I like Gunnar Helm, but I still don't think you take tight end. If you wanted to double dip at a tackle, maybe Cam Williams is a huge development. He should have stayed in college one more year. You could go Jared Wilson, take the center, but with Garrett Bradbury here for the next couple of years.
Yeah, I don't think that's a long-term option, though. Do you?
No, probably not. Xavier Watts, I think is a realistic option here. Get a free safety. There's still edge rushers like Landon Jackson, Braden Swinson, guys like that. So
Texas safety still available too?
Makuba. Yeah, I would take Watts over Makuba. The best value, honestly, is probably at corner. Trey Amos, Savone Ravel, Darian Porter, Azarie Thomas. That's the best value. I still don't think it makes sense, but
at the end of the first round, they took Malachi Starks, defensive back from Georgia, fits their scheme perfectly. And now the Ravens are back on the clock. We'll see John Harbaugh, Ozzie Newsome, and company decide to do in a matter of moments. But just a few seconds ago, just before the commercial break, the Las Vegas Raiders made a selection of TCU wide receiver Jack Bech. We told you the story of Jack losing his older brother Tiger in the terrorist attacks in New Orleans in the wee morning hours on New Year's Day, and we are delighted to have Jack Bech with us on what I'm sure is an emotional night, Jack, for a number
What are
of
we
reasons.
doing, NFL? I get it. You want to interview him, but like we got to move the draft along too.
Found out where you'd be playing in the NFL.
One of the best moments ever. Like I've been saying, it's a 2-for-1 deal. Not only do they get me, they get Tiger too. So, it's a dream come true. Everybody in this room, and the people I love most, people who got me here, and I can't wait to go put on for Raider Nation.
The time of the tragedy in your family came at an important time in your life. What was the impact that you had in terms of dealing with the emotions and continuing to fight forward for this goal that you have as you carry your brother's memory with you?
Yeah, I knew one thing. Whenever he passed away, he'd tell me one thing, be to get ready to keep on going and keep pushing. He's brought me to new heights. He's taken me places I didn't know I could go, just with dedication and the willingness to just go out and work, whenever, late night, early mornings. And he's going to keep bringing me further and further and further, and I dedicate my whole career to him.
Your family has been extraordinarily
This is crazy, bro.
with its time and open with us at College Game Day.
We've known the Ravens pick for 20 minutes.
Tiger story. Why has that been important to your family?
Yeah, we want to keep living his legacy. We want everybody more to know about him. That's one thing that we promise. One thing that I promise is I'm never going to let his name die. I'm going to keep living it every day, every year, every month. And I'm going to make sure that everybody in this world knows Tiger's name.
Well, everybody is knowing your name as well now. How would you describe what you're going to bring to the Ravens?
Trey Amos, corner to Washington.
Yeah, they're about to get a dog. I'm about to come in there. I'm about to help lead. And we're going to go win a bunch of games. I just can't wait. They're going to get somebody who's accountable. Somebody who's going to come in there who's going to work hard each and every day to perfect his craft, who's going to put the team first. And like I said, for the greater goal of the team to go help, win games and win Super Bowls.
Jack, congratulations on a great night for you and your
7 picks before the Pats.
We want to thank you and your entire family, let you know that our thoughts and prayers continue to be with you. This is a story that was really personal with me. Your brother Tiger was friends with my son at Princeton, and we have our condolences extended to you as well.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all so much. Y'all have a blessed night.
All right, that is Jack Bech, a U.S. Las Vegas Raider. Wide receiver, class act. That family, man, the strength that they showed emotionally. It was just days after they lost their son that they allowed Marty Smith, our colleague, to tell that story on College Game Day. It was a tough one to do, but boy, they were brave in the face of that tragedy.
Yeah, huge fan of Jack.
How do you think you would handle a Mike Green situation? Because like not Mike Reese, Ian Rappaport said he was off several teams' boards.
Malik Neighbors, Thomas, perhaps. Yep, a couple of.
Like, I guess how would you handle that with denied allegations that were never necessarily confirmed? I guess.
Everybody on the entire team, including those two guys.
Eventually, does the talent, like the value, does that?
Yeah, I think it depends on how serious it was, right? We know that there was reported that there was nothing. Maybe there was more, or that it was all kind of moved on from. So maybe there was more, but yeah, I think at some point you have to figure out, hey, this guy is worth a top 15, top 20 pick in this year's class. Are we okay dealing with some of this stuff that he's, has question marks about off the field, the allegations? Are we okay with taking him because of how good he is, but also kind of the risk that it could be? So I think it kind of got to that point right there. He's in tears right now. They're watching him. He finally got drafted. But
Mike Green.
Yeah. And I also think it takes a special coaching staff. And I really believe Jim Harbaugh has that. Or Jim. Is it Jim?
John,
yes. John Harbaugh has that culture, and they've had the ability to kind of deal with guys like this. So
you think Bears go offense again and take running back?
Do say that again. Sorry.
I think the Bears take running back.
I can see him looking at Scattaboo. There's also a couple good running backs here. Dylan Sampson would be a guy that I think Ben Johnson could get a lot out of because of his pass catching ability.
So Pats, you said you're Xavier Watts. And then
Watts,
any
Royals, Hal
of-
Williams, Jalen Knoll, Jared Wilson. I wouldn't mind Jared Wilson, a center, super athletic center.
Is he somebody you think would be a temporary left guard until, like, how do you think he would factor in this year, if at all?
He's played right guard before, but he's never started. His first 2 years in college, he was kind of a guard bounce around. He only started this year for Georgia. So I think he has the movement skills to be he's elite. Like, you go look at his RAS score, like, he tested really well. So I think he could play guard. I think it's easier to go from center to guard than guard to center, just because snapping's a little bit harder to pick up. So I wouldn't say that you can't draft him to play him at guard while you're waiting for, Garrett Bradbury to retire or whatever.
Mm-hmm. You think Jack Sawyer comes in at their not this pick, but the next one, maybe
77?
Yeah,
could. Yeah. I worry about, like, him and, like, Landon Jackson's ability to get to the passer consistently. Like, I see them as Dietrich Wise's. Great, long, physical dudes in the run, but what do they give you in the pass game? And Harold Landry is kind of what you brought in to be that. But
yeah, it's true. Celtics only put up 70 points in the first 3 quarters. You don't see that often.
No.
11 points in the third quarter. Wow. That's brutal.
And I think that's why this guy is going to be a really good player.
And put together a great season there, and a running back for the Denver Broncos, R.J. Harvey, is on his
so
way.
Trey Amos went 61. Where did I have Trey Amos? 35. So he fall. Well, R.J. Harvey at 60. Shamar Turner, interior defensive line to Chicago at 62.
He played dime for us for a whole year, so he played on all third down situations, but he was a starter. We just had 2 draft pick corners ahead of him. He went to Ole Miss this year. The guy played really, really well.
Chiefs on the clock.
Played for Pete Golding. The guy has good change of direction, can redirect, is very instinctive player. I thought he might be speed deficient, but he ran well, and he got good ball skills, and I think this guy's got the speed to play.
Yeah, only reason he's still available right now, a little bit of a back concern for him on the health front, but he played 212 snaps as a slot corner this past year after playing, as well as playing over 500 as a perimeter corner. Size, speed, ball skills, and of course, very well coached by the GOAT Nick Saban.
He is the 4th Rebel taken in this draft. The celebration on for Trey Amos on his way to Washington.
We're here at Blackberry Friday, where everyone wants the unique taste of new Dr. Pepper Blackberry. Oh, Dr. Pepper!
The sweet blackberry flavor.
It's the most succulent taste I've ever tasted. Attention, shoppers.
Stir falling makes the "we'll choose where we go" seem deaf tone. Or tone deaf. They'll choose where he goes in the CFL at this rate.
Yeah, that's a tough look at this point.
Now we get to hang out with NFL fans all season.
Someone's really blowing it
right now. Savone Ravel, who is a great athlete, great corner, but he tore his ACL. He's my highest ranked guy still on the board, and then it would be Shadur, but Shadur's 37 for me. And then it would be Marcus Mbo, Jalen Royals, Jalen Knoll, Darian Porter, Elijah Arroyo. Xavier Watts is kind of in that pack too.
I may be small, but I am. I must be respected.
Chiefs might look to go interior D-line here, or edge. They need some edge help.
Good Lord.
If I could choose, I
Yeah.
would stay with you. Always. Thursday.
There's too many commercials too. That's the other thing. I get they have to make their money, but the commercials are getting them 2 and 3 picks behind. Like,
yeah. Between that and the Celtics collapsing, it's really Pissing me off.
It makes it worse when we're super close to being on too.
Like, what are we doing? Just forcing shots. Just can't create any offense.
Honda HR-V LX for $239 per month for 36 months.
Sounds about right. I'm disciplined.
Honda, just one more reason to choose performance.
We're looking like Jazz out here.
Yeah, get out of here. We're gonna get Cooper Flag. It'd be so good. Someone just tweeted, just copped a brand new Shadur Sanders jersey.
Realize you have to pay taxes on your money.
That's
Realize
tough.
you don't know how to pay taxes.
Poor guy.
That is tough.
Remember, you're an adult now. Let him do it to your taxes for you and get you your maximum.
Isn't the Bears pick reported?
Yeah, it's Shamar Turner. It says it's in. It's just at a commercial break again.
Oh, there we go. I wasn't seeing it on PFF.
Choose Performance Automotive. And right now, you can lease a 2024 Ford Bronco Sport for $339 per month for 36 months. Visit Performance Ford in Bountiful to find out more. Ford, just one more reason to choose performance.
Once we complete this idea of telling you where all the rookies are going to play, you got to tell you who's playing who and when. May 14th, the NFL schedule release show. Our crew takes you through every team's schedule, break down the biggest matchups. 2-hour special.
Would you do this, Cole? Patriots receive George Pickens. Steelers receive Ramondre Stevenson.
Shadur Sanders, we haven't really had a chance.
Probably.
Omar Norman locked to Kansas City. That makes sense for them. He is just a straight pass rusher. 63, huh?
Thomas from Florida State didn't run great, close to a 4.6 at his pro day, but I love the zone instinct there for a team that plays a heavy zone scheme. And
All right, what we got? What we got? Eagles on the clock.
Talented defensive tackle class.
Philly.
You know, I think those guys that you
At least we don't have to worry about them getting Mike Green.
The Bears next on the clock. Here,
Oh.
wait a second.
Oh, that's
Y'all must be booing this bad weather. Y'all gotta live there year round. Because I know y'all not booing the best team in the division. But on a serious note,
I love the fans announcing it and stuff.
in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Shamar Turner, defensive tackle from Texas A&M.
Second guy named Shamar, drafted from Texas A&M so far, Shamar Turner. This time joining his teammate Shamar Stewart as a draft pick. He also was teammates in high school with Byron Murphy.
Jeez, that's a high school defensive line.
15th overall to Seattle last year. He said that was motivating, seeing someone that you knew that well go in the first round, and now Shamar Turner has his opportunity going with the Bears.
Yeah, Reese banged it during part of the pre-draft process here. Turner. This is another guy we're talking about. TJ Sanders, undersized, 6'3", 290 and change here for Shamar Turner. This guy can penetrate the single gap scheme.
I just want this Celtics series to be over because the Magic are like physically beating the shit out of the Celtics. Every game, somebody comes out with a bloody, like has a stitched up face or a bruised bone. Like,
Are you guys a little soft?
did you see Kristaps Porzingis' face last game?
I'm just asking. Are you guys soft?
He got elbowed and he had blood like pouring down his face. Tatum
Sounds like you guys are scared of the physicality.
No, sounds like Orlando's a bunch of bitches because they just fucking cheap shot everything. It's crazy. Atlanta complained about the same thing. Orlando's just a dirty team because they can't fucking win any other way.
Oh man, that was aggressive, Cole.
Just pisses me off. Like,
That was aggressive.
You gotta hurt the other team to try to win a game. Like, grow up.
Yes, Jalen Noel is still there. There's a couple receivers I like, but yes, Jalen Noel is still there.
Celtics
Yeah,
down.
this is a ridiculously long second round.
Yeah, it is. It's been 2.5 hours.
Shit, you're right.
Norman Lott, part of a really deep defensive line rotation for Tennessee a season ago. They went about 10 deep at times. Transferred to the Volunteers from Arizona State. He only started 5 times, and in fact, he only averaged about 17 snaps per game this past year.
6'3", 307 pounds is Omar Norman Lott, with nearly 34-inch arms. I might have given it a little bit generous on the.
Yeah, they got to speed up this third or something. This is a
Uba to the
joke.
Eagles.
That's actually,
I liked him for the Pats.
yeah. See, I don't like him more than Xavier Watts, honestly. I know Watts dealt with an injury, but I don't hate that.
Fall to Sanders. How far does Sanders fall?
Dude, who knows?
You think Giants double dip at QB?
Cleveland could get him right here at 67.
That's crazy.
Or the Raiders could still take him at 68. Like, there's
Jags,
2 spots right here.
Jags trade Trevor Lawrence and pair.
Dude, honestly, how crazy would that be? What could they get for Trevor Lawrence?
A lot, I would think.
I'm not high on him.
You don't think Trevor Lawrence is good?
I'm not saying I don't think he's good. I don't know. I struggle with him.
Would you?
Stress out. I'll never remember all this. Relax, Rook. When things get intense, we get incense. What a nice cleansing surprise.
For your insurance and financial
Trevor Lawrence.
Would I trade Drake May for who? What are you gonna say?
I'm just thinking. I'm just trying to have a comparison with Trevor Lawrence versus somebody. So you take May over Lawrence.
Hell yeah! Every day of the week plus Sunday. Shitter to the Bears.
Yeah.
Why would they do that?
You can afford to give yourself a pass. Dash Pass by DoorDash. Your door.
I mean, honestly, yeah. Giants probably aren't double dipping. That wouldn't make much sense.
Her love of snacks.
You got the Browns and the Raiders again, and then the Saints again, but they just took Tyler, right, in the last round.
The Saints took Tyler Shuck, so the Saints are out of one.
So Raiders
The
and Browns.
The Jets could take one at 73.
Yeah, they could.
So, like, honestly, coming up, I'm not saying they will, but, like, you could see Cleveland take a chance. Vegas take a chance. The Jets take a chance. Who else?
Yes.
Pittsburgh's coming back up at 83.
Pat's picks are probably going to be around there. Yeah, 10 o'clock and 10:30, which is crazy.
What do you mean? It's 8 and 8:30.
Nobody lives on the West Coast, Jace.
Yeah, it's nice out here. We have actually big-sized houses. We don't have quarter of a 10th acre lot. We have like half-acre lots that we can build on. Let the dogs run around in.
Half-acre lots.
You guys might have a little bit because no one lives in Maine, and
I was going to say
pretty much Canada.
There's a lot of big. There's a lot of big land.
No one wants to live in Canada. That's why there's so much land up there in Maine.
Especially up north. There's a lot of woods. A lot of space. Whatever.
Darius Alexander to the Giants.
You're just a hater.
No.
You're just a hater.
Who said that?
Who said what?
I'm not a hater.
You are a hater. Everybody says that.
Darius Alexander went. I had him at. He was in my top. No, he's outside of my top 50. He was at 52.
Noel at 69. Yeah, if we don't get him, we'll be disappointed. I'll be disappointed as well.
Yeah, there's still 3 receivers I really like it here.
Oops. Pat's current needs. Yeah, well, I mean, wide receiver is one. I would say edge, pass rusher is still one. Center is still one. You could maybe say guard. Kicker, but that's too early, obviously. Free safety. I got a lot of needs.
I'm honored to be here representing the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles tonight.
All right, so we're only three more picks until the Patriots are up.
The 64th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles select Andrew Makuba, defensive back, Texas.
He was born in Zimbabwe, started his
Where
career.
do you think Caleb Johnson goes?
I could see him coming off soon. So the Raiders took a running back. The Browns took a running back. I mean, the Jaguars were interested in Genty, supposedly. Obviously, they traded up. I could see them taking one. I could see the Saints taking one because of the concerns with Kamara, just the age, and he's been hurt the last couple of years. The Bills would be interesting because of the contract talks with James Cook. So
I don't even know where this is. Pembroke, Maine? Where is that?
Cole, that's bad. You don't even know where stuff is in your own state, bro. That's how you know it's boring.
No, that's.
Oh, that's it. That's on the American side of Maine. You're on the Canadian side.
Oh, that's like way east. That's like.
He says he stayed in a cabin in the woods. Let me ask you this, Pat Scout. Why did you go there in the first place? Was it just like a camping vacation type thing?
Listen, Maine is fantastic.
Get out of here.
You just got to know where to stay. I don't even know where that place is. Don't go there. Let me know next time you come down. I'll let you know where to go. There's some great Airbnbs in Maine with some fun stuff.
Oh, I can see it.
See, we got some Mainers up here. Grew up in Maine. I'd be lost if I tried to get anywhere up there anymore. Yeah. It's just the winters obviously aren't super fun, but Maine's a great place.
Utah's even better.
Yeah, Utah sucks, but that's all right.
Bro, you've never even been. You'd be shitting your pants if you saw the mountains.
When have you been to Maine?
I've been to Boston. That's closer than you've ever been to Utah.
How do you know?
What's the closest you've been to Utah? Yeah, look at you. You're like, is Texas close at all?
Atlanta.
Oh my, you haven't been west of Atlanta? You're joking.
I don't think
you haven't even seen the best half of America. The West Coast is the best, minus the price. I drove damn near 8 hours from Connecticut to stay in a cabin with a pond. I'm a big fisherman, so I thought it was going to be great. Not so much.
Yeah, Atlanta is the furthest west I've been.
Even Maine made him hate fishing because he loves fishing, but he got sick of it there. Come on, dude. He just ruined his hobby.
No, fishing is great up in Maine. Got some big bass, got some nice salmon.
But there ain't no doubt. I love this. Hey, Colt, do you know this song in Canada? Do they play this up there?
Oh, Canada.
Have you booed the American national anthem at all?
Yeah, boo.
What if the Patriots draft a sumo wrestler at center? I feel like that would be a power move. No. You just hope people don't run around him, and you would probably just have to run A-gap power the whole time.
Did you see Micah Parsons wrestling a sumo wrestler?
No.
That's a clip somewhere. He got a couple times, but he got him. He got him once.
Well, I mean, the speed would be the mismatch there, but yeah.
What do we got? Oh my God, the Chiefs still have not picked.
I'm sure the pick is in. The Giants are getting announced right now.
Any riots versus Maine's Blue Governor? No, not yet. Not that I've seen. No.
That's Cole's uncle.
To all of our fans,
It's a girl.
Oh, it was. It's Cole's aunt. How do you know?
Yeah,
that dude, the dude who owned the Airbnb showed up with a shotgun on the dash of his truck, and it was something out of the movie. That sounds about right.
Don't go there again. Yeah, next time I'll look you up. I can't say I've had that experience, and I've been to a few Airbnbs, and it's still in Maine. Some good spots.
Hey, if you ever want to go fishing, my uncle has a very nice cabin right on the Snake River in Sugar City, Idaho. Sounds
Idaho.
really boring. You're right. It's you can get your waders on. You can walk in there. You can fish from the river. It's right at like a
fly fishing.
point that goes, yeah, you can do any of it there. It's
I've
Good
never
fishing
fly
there,
fished
too.
before.
Yeah, I've never fly fished either.
Oh, but
I also don't own
you
waders, so I'm not going to go in the water. I just fish from the shore most of the time.
Yeah, but you fish though.
Yeah, when we'll go camping and stuff, I'll fish.
Yeah,
it's actually funny. I'm actually not deathly afraid of fish, but I do not like holding fish. Like I catch them, but I don't take them off the hook because I don't like holding them when they squirm. So like, I'm like, I like fishing. It's fun and peaceful, but I really don't like taking them off the hook. So
it's peaceful when you're not catching things.
Honestly, kind of. Honestly,
you're like,
kind
I
of.
hope I don't catch anything right now.
Oh, we got the girl. We're at the point where the girl announces. Oh, Genty. Just kidding.
Ashton Genty steal.
We are at pick 66. So the Patriots are up in
67.
3 picks right now. 67. Sorry, 66.
67.
Oh, man.
I like watching people fish on YouTube. Yeah, I do too. I love that. But then I go out and fish and I'm like, why do they catch all these fish and I'm just not catching the same amount?
It's because they edit it to
no, I
just
know,
when they catch them.
You'll see people fishing in like Georgia or like I don't know, all these places with huge bass and just great fishing. And it's just like there's good fishing in Maine, but not.
Utah was my dream growing up. Let's go.
Yeah,
bro,
he said growing up, but now he's grown up and he realizes Utah blows.
He got some sense into him.
Yeah.
Hey, you come to Utah, I'll show you some fishing spots, man. There's some good ones, good rivers, and you can walk up. So yeah, we'll show you something.
OOB's not bad. It's they got a bunch of stuff to do down there. I'm not.
Well, I have a feeling you watch Adventure Boys on YouTube, don't you? You ever see that guy that always goes camping and stuff?
Mm-mm.
You might recognize him if I brought him up.
Potentially.
I'll pull up a video.
Yeah, I'm not a huge beach guy. I'm not a huge beach guy. People fish on YouTube. I'm trying to remember some of the YouTubers that I've seen some fishing videos.
Oh, Outdoor Boys. Sorry, I said it wrong.
Outdoor Boys. I don't think I've seen that. No.
It's a revival because you know there's value in making space for your people.
Stupid YouTube ads. This guy? You got to watch this guy. This is like late night YouTube watches, and you'll watch his 30-minute video because he goes camping for the weekend in Alaska, and he makes his stuff. Like he's a survivalist, bro.
Really?
You'll watch that for 30 minutes. It'll be 1 a.m. You're like, what the crap?
Yeah, that stuff is fun to watch.
That's like a late night one. Yeah. Adventure Boys. There we go. I bet Pat Scout IG watches them.
I don't know why. I didn't think we'd have any people who've scavenged Maine. But we got some. We got some in here. We got John, Pat Scout.
Got a couple.
Yeah.
I watch a lot of Flair, JB.
John B. Yep, John B. I've seen. Lunkers I've seen a little bit of. Yeah, is it Goggins bait or something or something? I've got some of that stuff.
Close to panicking. What exactly is your plan? I need you to trust me one last time.
Hey, did you see I don't think you were on yet when they showed Quinn Ewer's house this morning, or sorry, today before the draft. This was his house. Look at all the freaking taxidermied animals in there.
That is intense. That's
Bro,
Texas.
That's freaking Texas at its finest. They got a whole mountain goat with like rocks too. They got mountain goats. They have a little bear. They have bighorn sheep up there. Holy crap.
Yeah, a lot of the places that seem fun to live like year round just have a bunch of stuff that tornadoes or you got venomous snakes or like it's like Yeah, I think Strange would move back to guard. I don't think Strange is going to start over. I don't know why I keep forgetting his name. Bradbury, yeah.
No.
Anyways, so he's probably moving back to guard regardless. But I do think we both like Jared Wilson.
I like Jared Wilson as an athletic center. That even if he doesn't start this year, you could maybe find him some guard snap or guard reps and get him there. But I'm not gonna lie, like I'm not high on like Layden Robinson or City So or Cole Strange, but I think that
wait.
Moving, what? Did I miss something?
Whoa. Patriots just picked. Whoa, what?
Who?
Kyle Williams.
Did they really?
Yeah.
So they traded up. Wait, what? No.
I don't know. I don't know what happened. The Patriots just
Who
picked.
said that?
Everybody.
It's not there. They haven't even made the Raiders pick on PFF.
Phil Perry just said Patriots are taking Washington State receiver Kyle Williams with their first pick in the 3rd round.
I mean, okay.
Okay.
Harold Fannin just went.
I guess I got.
He's way ahead of it. Yeah, start making that. Wow. Kyle Williams at 69 to wow. Okay, so I probably would have preferred Jalen Knoll here, but I am not mad at Kyle Williams at all. This is a guy that's shooting up draft boards. He's 5'10" and a fourth, 182 pounds. He's a little bit thin. I worry about a little bit of a smaller frame, maybe the physicality in the NFL. I also think he struggles for physicality at the catch point, but he had the 4th most yards after the catch with 590, 14 touchdowns, which was 3rd in the country. He ran a 4.40. He's a huge yard after the catch guy. I said how many he had. He had 8.4 yards after the catch per attempt. Great vertical speed, downfield separator. I think he's really good in screens too. So man, if that really is the pick, that's a good one there, and I'm glad they finally got a receiver.
I just hate that we always wait so long, like where it's not a guarantee that he'll pan out.
Yep, it says the Patriots are selecting. Yeah. Wow, I'm starting to see it now, but the Raiders haven't even. The pick is in for the Raiders. They took Darian Porter, freaking athletic corner. He is athletic. So Darian Porter goes 68.
That's crazy how far ahead.
Harold Fannin goes 67. I was never a big Harold Fannin fan, but honestly, he could fit in Cleveland. And then Kyle Williams, who I had at 60 on the big board, goes 69. So talk about value.
All right.
Let's see if that. I haven't seen anything officially posted on anything, but there's a lot of people saying it.
Yeah, I don't think Phil Perry and all these people are reporting that if it's wrong.
I don't care about Phil Perry. Carlos said it. Yep, Kyle Williams. It's on PFF now.
Wow.
There you go.
Patriots aren't fucking around. They're like,
we go.
Listen, this is the pick. We don't need to mess around and wait 10 minutes.
Yes. Do you want to send it to me to post it again so you can make the other one? Or
yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, that'd be good. I'm working on it right now.
Wow. Yeah, we should have went offense or all offense so far. I honestly am not surprised just because of what the Patriots did in free agency, the lack of depth at the offensive free agency class, how much money they spent on the defense side of the ball. I thought it would be pretty heavy offense.
And this is kind of what we talked about. Like when free agency was such defensive heavy, it was like it's expected a little bit here.
Yes, absolutely. Darian Porter is drafted. Let's go down to the PA announcer.
I'll turn this up for the Patriots pick.
To the main stage video screen for a special message from John Cena and Idris Elba.
The NFL draft. What a night. Energy, potential, outlandish suits. I love it all. I am still milking a bit of a WrestleMania hangover, so you won't see me in Green Bay, but you know what?
Yeah, I think you can very easily say they should go offense at 77. Wow, Isaac Tesla off the board at 70 to the Jags. So another receiver for them and another big receiver that honestly tested very well. Interesting. I mean, right now, I don't want to say double dip at receiver, but I think that there's a little bit better value interior offensive line. Jared Wilson, maybe they look at a tight end. Or defense. They could still go Xavier Watts or an edge rusher. There's still good edge up there.
With the 69th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Kyle Williams, wide receiver, Washington State.
Patriots are putting together a nice draft class for Mike Vrabel, getting a variety of weapons to help Drake make. Kyle Williams played quarterback.
Right.
He was convinced to switch to wide receivers as a senior in high school, saying he would get more eyes on him from college scouts. He did a few more offers that worked out well. Played for the Rebels of UNLV, put up big numbers from 20 to 22, portaled his way to Wazoo, finished last season with nearly 1,200 receiving yards and 14 touchdowns.
And man, Reese, this guy finished with the bang. How about 9 total touchdowns in his final 6 games? This kid can flat out fly. He ran a 4.42 at the combine, and he was his best against great competition. The number 2 pick in the draft last year, the face of this draft.
All right, I'm sending it to you.
He got his money's worth from Kyle Williams. This kid can absolutely fly when he has the football in his hands. Think about it. Says 8 drops last season. Kind of a wiry frame. You gotta clean that up at the NFL level.
Those were my exact concerns right there. 8 drops in a smaller frame.
In the FBS, just really good after the catch. He's going to gobble up a lot of yards after he gets the ball in his hands. Such a natural runner, and what I really love about him is his quickness. He can win at the line of scrimmage at the top of the route. He has a dynamic cut to create separation from defensive backs.
This guy's fast and speed kills.
You know who had the fewest yards for the wide receivers in the entire NFL last year?
Patriots.
New England Patriots.
You think Drake May's happy about it? Pass protector, a running back, and a wide receiver?
Help is on the way. And a running back that can catch passes, too. Trade down Henderson, who they got early tonight. Put the commissioner out there amongst the people. All right.
That's a great presentation, Tim. Could you email me the part about Geico, making it easy to switch and save hundreds?
Oh, yeah, sure.
You don't know my name, do you?
Of course I know your name. I just get you mixed up with the other guy. What's his name? What's your name?
Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Could you just tell me I want this to be over?
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenies. Make health a treat. Also, try Greenie's dog food and toppers.
There we go. Is he an X? No, I don't. Sorry, I'll turn this down. I don't think he's an X receiver. I don't think that he's 5'10" and a quarter. I think he's a Z. He's not limited to the slot. He has the downfield speed. I guess my concern is that him and Jalen Polk will be in the same position, but I don't think that that's obviously with Jalen Polk's lack of stuff last year. That's not a reason to not take him. So I think him and Jalen Polk are 2 different receivers that just play the same position. So dynamic down the field, though. This guy can really stretch the field and bring something to the offense. So, and the Patriots will be back on the clock here in a little bit. So
I realized on our last pick on the graphic, I had it as first round, 38th overall. Big dummy.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Did you take it off? Oh,
it was posted already.
You should be able to change the photo on Instagram. Am I tripping by saying that?
You should be able to. You can't.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why that's not something they've done or that they've.
All right. Get this uploaded.
Because we include America's best tire warranty in every tire we sell. So you get more unbeatable warranty, less charging you extra. It's why we're more than proud to say.
It's a crowded wide receiver room body wise. I don't think that it's there's not many in there that you're saying are super safe. I mean, so let's see. How many did they take last year into camp? 7? They take 7. Do you remember 7 receivers?
I think so. Sounds right. All right, there we go.
So Stephon Diggs, Demario Douglas, Kayshon Boutte, Kendrick Bourne, Jalen Polk, Kyle Williams, Matt Collins. Potentially Kendrick Bourne gets cut because of the age and stuff. Potentially Kayshon Boutte gets traded because
trade Bourne or Boutte potentially, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean,
I don't think Javon Baker's a lock either to make the roster.
Yeah, no, I don't either. Not after his disappointment last season. But I also think that there's been a lot of
yeah, we've seen some love reported between the two of them.
Yeah, and maybe that's just trying to get him into his so.
What's our next pick? 77.
Yep.
Going to the Patriots, and that was followed up by Isaac Tesfaw from Arkansas being selected by Detroit.
And how about this? Just a couple of years ago, he was the Greater Midwest Conference Offensive
All right.
Player of the Year at Hillsdale.
Got a receiver.
Jared Valdir, longtime NFL tackle, also played
Kyle Pitts. That would be an interesting move.
My favorite trade option or whatever is at tight end is Michael Mayer. He has ties with Josh McDaniels was there when they drafted him. He's obviously going to get passed up by Brock Bowers. Well, he already is passed up by Brock Bowers. That's one of my favorite options at tight end is Michael Mayer.
Yeah, no, I agree. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I just heard that. Was that your cat?
Hamster.
You have a hamster?
Pain in the ass, dude. Don't ever get a hamster.
Let me see it. Can you move your camera?
Yeah, I'll grab him.
Oh, you're going to hold him?
The third round is when we wanted to take him, but maybe this year there's not enough good players to go.
Hold's crazy. He's going to hold a hamster? What is he doing?
Probably as much of a we'll do it on our own terms approach in the draft as anybody. Tyleek Williams, the first.
Only folks from me. That's the only animals that they get up there because everything else doesn't want to be there.
It's worked out pretty darn well for them, right? Jameer Gibbs, a guy you coached at Alabama at number 12 after taking Devin Witherspoon a little bit earlier on in the draft. So they've probably earned the
Trade Bulk, Baker and Polk, Baker and Bourne for Mayer. They're not going to trade that many guys for Mayer. I mean, Mayer would probably be a 4th round pick and maybe one of those guys. But nice. Nice. Whose arms are longer, his or Will Campbell's? Or the hamsters or Will Campbell's? I'm waiting for the pet moose to go. Hey. Hey, you got any of these in your yard?
Dude. You know what's so funny? My fiance. So I used to, when I was younger, we used to go to moose camp, and one of my friend's dad was a guide, and people used to go, and my dad and I used to go up there in 4-wheel and help haul the moose out and stuff. So we used to see him we used to see him all the time. And my fiance has never seen one. She's like, I'm not even convinced they exist because I've never seen one before. I'm like, they're here.
Hey, who do you think has longer arms, Will Campbell or that hamster?
Probably the hamster.
I knew you were. You're such a hater, bro.
Yeah, he's lanky. All he does all the time is try to escape. I'm like, dude, he has.
Is that what he was doing in there?
Yeah, he's just always trying to escape. I'm like, dude, he has this big cage. He's got a big wheel. He's got a dig box. He's got a sand box. He's got a house. Like, he's got all kinds of stuff, and all he does is try to escape. Like, I'll look over, I'll find him hanging from the top of the cage. Like, I'm like, what are you doing? Just relax,
sick, bro. That's sick.
Oh my god. Light Shadows, you're dirty, man. Come on.
Don't use pain in the ass and hamster in same sentences.
Have you heard about that?
I haven't.
No, people doing that? Yeah, people are messed up. Hamster has to pick his house in Maine. Yeah.
Landon Jackson to the Bills. Zaire Thomas to the Jets. Wow, that's a good pick for them at 73.
Celtics are about to lose to the Magic. That's crazy. I'll be right back.
25 tackles for losses, 2023 third most in the SEC. But Landon Jackson, one of these players who's had something to overcome and has been able to use his experience.
Sorry, bro. No, you're good. Patriots coming back up here soon with what could be. Was there just? Did I just see a trade?
Diagnosed with it at 5. There's 2 different types of it. The one that I have, you just grow hair in certain spots. Mine tend to be a lot of spots, big spots. So I've been shaving my head every 2 days since I was 7 years old.
Wow.
Early on, it was real tough.
Landon Jackson speaking.
Your whole life with hair, then out of nowhere, boom, you feel not even like yourself. I'll see kids that flew in from states away just to watch me play. I'll find time to meet with them, get them a pair of gloves, pair of cleats, let them and their parents know just to reach out whenever. I did some work with Children's Alopecia Foundation 2 years ago. It was about 25 to 30 kids. I think the youngest was like 5, 6 years old, and all the way up to about 20.
I mean, just because you're different isn't a bad thing. It's a blessing. It's a great thing. It's a great thing you need, you know?
It's a moment I've been dreaming for my whole life, to make an impact on not only the game of football or people, but kids with alopecia.
We've had a couple picks. Landon Jackson to the Bills. The Jets took Zaire Thomas.
So we're 1, 2, 3 picks until.
He's got this unusual length, which makes him a difficult player for these offensive tackles.
Shadur ain't going, bro. He ain't going.
This past season, I will say this: I wish you were a little bit more reliant on just using that.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind taking a defensive position. I think edge still makes sense. There's really specific pass rush specialists at the edge position. My top safety would be Xavier Watts. Pat Bryant to Denver at 74. Wow, that's a reach. He's just like Cortland Sutton too. Anyway, sorry. Xavier Watts. There's a little bit of pass rush specialist that I like at edge. I think Braden Swinson's up there. Princely or Molly Melman, Josiah Stewart can get to the pass rusher. Same with Jordan Birch. There's a couple edge there, but I still think you got to be on the lookout for either Jared Wilson as an interior offensive lineman, or Marcus Mbo probably shouldn't have fallen this far with how good of a athlete he is. That might be an interesting one because they do project him better at guard. Tight end, I would take Gunnar Helm. Yeah, maybe not in the third.
Well, he was hurt when he tested, right? That was Helm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't run very good either. It was like 4.8s.
Pat Bryant just went. Oh, did you just say that? You did.
Yeah, that seemed like a little bit of a reach. But I have him in my top 100. I'd still be happy. Yeah, no, I wouldn't be happy. I was going to say, there's still a couple of receivers I like on the board, but it doesn't make sense to double dip right here. Yeah, BPA, Xavier Watts would give you a free safety, I believe, that the Patriots haven't had in a while. So I would really like that. He's a ball hawk.
This is devastating. Patriots are about to pick, and Celtics are like 15 seconds left in the game.
Is it even close?
They're down 2, but it's magic ball.
I think this guy never looked speed deficient on film. This guy's a really good man-to-man player, one of the better man-to-man players in this draft. Now, the thing that bothered me a little bit is when he's playing zone, he gets out of position, he takes back.
Mike Renner from PFF said Kyle Williams is the best pure separator in the draft class. Couldn't love that pick more for Drake May.
Interesting.
Hey, you know, there's some guys sometimes that just don't.
The only thing I worry about, I'm not saying he's not a good separator. The only thing I worry about is big physical press man corners that
Which
can
is a
get
lot of
their
the
hands
times
on him.
That's what separators struggle with.
Yes. And he's a little bit slighter, 182 pounds. He's not quite 5'11". I worry about that, but his foot speed, there's a clip against Travis Hunter that he does a great outside release and then just runs by him. And, that's obviously the number 2 pick in this class. So I can't wait to see what McDaniels creates for Pop and Kyle. Yeah, I mean, I think he's going to have a lot of fun with Kyle Williams because, like I said, some of his best and most exciting plays I thought were just screen passes, just throwing the ball out there. Thornton 2.0, light shadows.
I hope not. I hope not.
Niners are on the clock right now, so it's Niners, Cowboys, Patriots up at 77. Kyle Kennard, I wouldn't mind Kyle Kennard. Another one that's kind of a pass rush specialist, in my opinion, which isn't a bad thing. At this point in the draft, I'm not saying a pass rush only guy is bad because that's what the Patriots need. He had 11.5 sacks, which led the SEC. He's got long arms. He explodes off the line. He has 5 forced fumbles over 2 years, which I really like too. He gets the ball out of his hands. So, yeah, I'm not against taking a pass rush specific guy here. That's probably a third down pass, obvious pass situation package guy, but you can get him some reps early there.
Not really big into committing to things. I usually stop binging the show halfway through the first episode. I mean, remember when my hair was blonde for like 2 seconds? But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years for both phone
John Gruden, New England just got themselves a great running back and an even better guy. Good luck with the Patriots, Travion.
Look at me grow.
What is happening? Is the Celtics game over?
Courtyard's official fan ambassador.
So
It's opened
confused.
a new world for me. Now I get to hang out with NFL.
It's been over for a while, man.
See you on game day.
It just says fourth quarter. It doesn't say any time anymore.
Snoop Dogg, Sunday, May 4th on ABC.
Did they lose?
Probably. Who runs the faster 40? Restrepo or Rich Eisen?
Restrepo said he was hurt too.
Yeah, he was. He said he wanted to run it because he had people questioning him about it and stuff. But
probably not smart to run it after you're hurt if people are questioning your speed. Timeout with 0.3 seconds left.
And including, we're still waiting to hear to see if Shedeur Sanders' name will be called tonight.
Sure, Reese, I've been making calls to different teams about Shedeur Sanders. The most logical point where he could go here in the 3rd round is at 83 to Pittsburgh. A couple of conversations that came up I found interesting. One is teams at this point in the draft, when they're drafting a quarterback, are looking at that quarterback as a backup. So the question becomes a philosophical one. How much draft capital do you use on a backup? Remember, we didn't have a quarterback last year going the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th round. There was a 138 pick gap. Now, why did a team like the Browns, Reese, pass on taking a quarterback this year when they're going to roll with Joe Flacco? I think a lot of that has to do, from talking to some teams the last few days, with the quarterback crop we're going to see in 2026. It's going to be exponentially better and deeper than the one we have now.
Yeah,
so if you're the
definitely
Browns,
will.
you get an extra pick. You get an extra shot at a high-end quarterback. You got like a Drew Aller there. You have Cade Klubnik. You have Garrett Nussmeier. You have the potential, but certainly not the guarantee that Arch Manning could come out. He is then draft eligible. There's other guys like Carson Beck. There's John Mateer. Sam Levitt at Arizona State profiles as a good prospect. Generally speaking, Reese, we're going to have a much deeper quarterback draft in 2026, and you can tell some teams are saving their draft capital, that gunpowder, for next year.
Hey, Pete, have you ever noticed how Desmond ties his scarves when Desmond wears his scarf? Have you ever paid attention to that?
Patriots traded.
Rat up here.
They traded out.
Yeah.
Desmond has all these fancy
Yep.
ties. And he keeps saying he's going to show me how
To what
do it.
pick?
It's a lot more.
85, 82, something like that.
Probably pick up an extra 4th or 5th.
85, and they get 146 back.
Pete Thamel does an unbelievable job.
Nicholas Martin, linebacker, Oklahoma State.
He's done for us out there, braving the elements, wearing the beanie.
So the Patriots get 140. Say that again. Sorry, 141.
146 and 85.
But the only thing is,
That's it.
Hey, look, to Pete's point, all kidding aside, Cam Ward went first overall, and then the Giants traded back up into the late picks of the first round and took Jackson Dart. We talked to Tyler Shuck from Louisville when the Saints took him, but we had 6 of the first 12.
So now they have picks 146, 144, and 171. So now they have 3 fifth-round picks.
If you're going to pick someone to be a backup and you don't think they're a potential starter for your team in the
Can you hear that?
use a high draft pick. I mean,
What?
Did you hear anything?
The hamster? I didn't hear anything.
So, you know, I feel bad for
What's the hamster's name?
Bear.
You look at Shador and you say, when he's in the
You named your animal after another animal?
Yeah. It was Hammy the hamster or Bear?
Hammy's way better.
Hammy. So it has a house and it has like a lid on it.
Yeah.
Comes off.
Hey, one sec. We use the proper pronouns. It's not a it.
He.
Thank you.
Well,
let me actually ask Bear what it would
I haven't
prefer
had
being
that
called.
conversation.
What they that would prefer being called.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't had that conversation, so I just said it. Yeah, no. So the house has like a cover that comes off. He will go in there and push his head and pop the cover off. That's what you heard, the banging earlier.
Yeah.
So then I put this little rock thing on top so that it doesn't do that because it's like heavier. Then he'll climb on top of the rock and hang from the top of the cage. And I'm like, so what am I supposed to do? Like,
yeah.
Like,
Can't save it. Wow. Savone Ravel goes 76 overall to the Cowboys. Love that pick for them. He was 17th on my big board, and the ACL injury probably pushed him down a little bit more, but I like that a lot.
Celtics lost.
Yeah, this is interesting for the Patriots. So now the Patriots have 3 fifth-round picks. We'll see, man. They have 141, 144, 146. Are they going to try to trade up into like the 130 range tomorrow?
Got a call from my dad one day. He was like, "Hey son, Louisburg College want to offer you." But I took it. I looked at it like Alabama. After the 2021 season, my dad got me a job at Amazon.
Does Bear have a wife or a living girlfriend? No, Bear lives by himself in his cage.
Eventually, the day came. I got off work at 8 o'clock. Took me a little 30-minute nap. The drive was
Dude,
about
this
3
hamster
hours.
is
Got me
gonna
a little seafood, a little dehydration.
break something.
Gave me the energy I needed to get through the count. Then I seen a coach walking up to me. He's like, "Hey, we really like you. We really see your potential." And he gave me an objective is to go back to school, make a 2.6 or higher. After my last semester, finished with a 2.8, attended ECU, and the summer of 2022. Just continue to do what I do, man. And that's why I got here.
All right,
Presley or Molly Miller. Dang, I like that pick for Carolina.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I gotta try to figure something out.
Team that I picked for this draft for defensive players. If this guy doesn't get hurt, he may be a first-round pick. You see him playing off and on. You see him with great ball skills. Watch the closing speed that he has on this over route to make a pick. Just watch this speed. Now, this guy's got size, too. Hands. Yep. I mean, I really think, and this guy will run for us, and he will tackle. He plays physical. He's aggressive. He's tough. This was one of my favorite guys. Just watch him right here on the goal line. Jacks him up, near leg, near shoulder, drive him back. That's good for a DB, especially a corner.
He's going to make his money playing that perimeter corner spot, especially against some of these bigger receivers because of his own size, but did show some slot versatility back in 2023 at 145 of his snaps playing inside that year. Coach mentioned it. When he gets the football in his hands, all those interception opportunities, he runs with some reckless abandon. He's got one thing on his mind. That is the opposing end zone. Savone Ravel, great to see his journey come to its next stop here in Dallas.
I love the fact that he's physical. He will blitz. He's not afraid of contact, and he anticipates extremely well. Man, this guy is a boundary bully. And on top of that, he blocked 2 kicks in his career.
You see the most recent selections, including Presley or Molly.
All right, I'm going to put on some Kyle Williams highlights for you guys, and then I'm actually going to go grab something to eat real quick. Cole might be back, too, in a minute. He's trying to figure out his hamster. But, yeah, I'm going to play some of these Kyle Williams highlights for you guys. Light Shadows, It depends, right? I mean, I felt like the main part of this draft, or the best part of this, was the middle of the draft. So I don't know. So I mean, I really don't think there was anyone right here that you just had to stick and pick. Like, so I do like Jacob Parrish too, slot corner. Yeah, I wonder. Marcus Jones just ever since his rookie year has not been there. So yeah, I agree. Marcus Jones is full-time starter. It's a little different. So let's find where's a long.
Here's what's going into her retirement.
There's us. She raised us on our own.
10 years as
We'll do this one. This one's 8 minutes. This is an underdog one. There you go.
It turned out all right.
She's a
Let me share screen. Kyle Williams, share. Maximize this. I'll wait for Cole to make sure it's not laggy and stuff. Whoa. Sorry, guys. Excuse that. There we go. I also got to go get my laptop an extra charge so that it doesn't die on me while you're listening. They traded up. Who traded up? To 80? The Patriots just traded up? So they traded down and then traded up? We looking at this right? Maybe I shouldn't leave. Where are you seeing that at? No, they did not. Wait, am I missing? What are they doing? I must be off a little. I got to pull this back up now, guys. Sorry. One sec. Now I'm going to remove this and not share my screen. We're going to come back into this and see.
Green Bay, Lambeau Field. We are coming up to pick 7.
I don't see the trade for the Patriots getting 80. Wow. Holy crap. Houston did get Jalen Knoll and Jaden Higgins. What is that receiver room looking like?
Alabama's Jalen Milroe, Texas's Quinn Ewers, Will Howard, Kyle McCord, all still sitting out there. And clearly, teams are being patient, waiting for quarterbacks. The Pittsburgh Steelers are coming up at 83, and soon enough, we'll see if the Steelers decide to go in a quarterback direction. Let's go in for the next pick now.
All right. With the 78th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select
Says it on ESPN.
linebacker.
It does say it. You're right. I'm seeing it on ESPN. Now I just don't see like the details or anything. Cole! He's messing with his fetching. Cole! They traded to 80, they're saying.
Who did?
The Patriots. Oh, also Houston took Jalen Knoll, so they got Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll.
Come on, man. Did we really trade up?
That's what they're saying, and it does say it on ESPN. Oh, nope. Now it says Indy now. That might have been a glitch.
And he was gone in a hurry. There you see him collapse in the pocket, outside in with just pure power.
I didn't mean to scare you, but that's what they were saying, so I was a little concerned.
So you're just lying to me now? That's what we're doing?
No, I'm not lying.
Sounds like you are.
79. That is crazy.
Out of Jordan Burke, because if he can get that consistently, him and Walter Nolan, they'll upgrade the pass rush in the front four.
I'm trying to. The Texans now have an offensive depth chart of wow. Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll, John Mechie, Tank Dell once he gets healthy.
That's crazy. And we have Jalen Polk.
Yeah. I'm gonna actually, Cole, I'm actually gonna run and grab something to eat because we have a couple. Nah, it's 85.
What are we at right now? We're at 80.
Yeah.
I mean, we got a few picks. I don't know. I'm gonna go grab a bar as well, actually, because I didn't realize I was hungry until I just fed Bear and he's munching, and now I'm hungry.
Okay, I'm gonna put on Kyle Williams
right here, so I'll go back.
I'm gonna put on Kyle Williams highlights, and I'm gonna go do something too, and then we'll be back for the pick.
Gotcha.
This is Washington.
Is this lagging
wide
for you,
receiver Kyle
Cole?
Williams.
He had the most 20-plus mile-an-hour plays.
Is this
of
lagging
any
for you?
player we're going to talk about
little
on this
bit.
channel during this draft cycle. That is a fact.
Probably
and when
just
you
how it's
watch
going
the
to have to
tape,
be, honestly.
This
Maybe
is
if you didn't have
Washington
Utah
State wide
internet and you
receiver
came to
Kyle
Maine.
Williams.
He
You
had
got
the
the
most
best fiber internet,
20-plus
bro. Don't
mile-an-hour
even start
plays
with
of
me.
any player we're going to talk about on this channel during this draft cycle. That is
It's
a
not too
fact.
bad.
And when you watch the tape,
Okay.
you
Leave it
absolutely
up for a minute.
feel it.
Yep,
The
I'm going to run
explosiveness
to
me
grab
was
some stuff.
shocking. You see
We'll
him
be back in a
screen
minute,
coverage,
guys,
got
but
18
enjoy the
screens.
Jalen Knoll
He averaged
stuff.
13
No,
yards
that's
after
not
the
Jalen
catch
Knoll.
on
That's
those
Kyle.
screens, but he's not a gadget guy either. Like, he's on the line of scrimmage, wide receiver, the backside on 3x1s, winning down the field. He teleports to me with his release package. So to me, he's my favorite wide receiver sleeper, no doubt about it. And I don't think he's going to be a sleeper on draft night. I think that there's a chance he ends up going in the second round.
A ton to hit on here. Like you said, 24% of his targets were 20-plus yards just this past season, which, by the way, the year before, he played with #1 overall pick Cam Ward, which I'm sure we'll talk about. On those 24 targets, he caught 14, and then 6 of those were for touchdowns. I mean, 454 yards on 20-plus yard deep targets down the field. Now, he does this in a really small frame. At 5'11", 190, he was legitimately the Cougars' ex-wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I want to reiterate, he's small in comparison to other wide receivers that line up there. 20th percentile height, 24th percentile weight, 19th percentile arm length, 14th percentile wingspan, 8th percentile hand size. But when you factor that in, compartmentalize it, and then look at how much press coverage he faced and how fluid he was on his releases to win inside or outside, yes, he might be small frame-wise, but he is super difficult to get a hand on and keep a hand on down the field.
Yeah, so saw the exact same thing. I call it the alpha route. It's 3x1 sets. You're on the back side of it and you're facing press man coverage and you run the slant. And there's like 10 of those catches that he made. Like, that's like the alpha route. And he's, despite his size, was excellent on that. So to me, he's got the explosiveness to manufacture touches for, but he just wins by himself. And it's really impressive how quickly he can stack these corners and press man coverage on these go balls. And like, that was, to me, was his best route, just the go ball. But that's also the most important route you're going to run in terms of explosive. So yeah, the fact that he's an X receiver with this build is the fascinating part. And to me, that's why I think he's going to go much earlier, even though he has the same size profile. And because he was so good in the screen department, there's a lot of guys that like 3rd round picks, 4th round picks that are like the manufactured touch guys. Like, I don't know, man, like the comps I'm seeing for him based off of his tape are like a tier or two above that. So I really do think that he can win on the outside. And there's plenty of guys with that frame that can do that in the NFL.
We'll definitely get to comparisons to close out this video. And by the way, if you're new around here, hit that subscribe button, leave a thumbs up. There are some underlying metrics that I get them in some ways, but didn't see them as consistently as they popped up on the stat sheet. Like, he had 24 missed tackles as a runner this year, including scoring 3 touchdowns on screens. Some of those highlight reel plays are exceptional, but then I also think because of his size, naturally, when he met a squared up defender, he would just go down quite easily. Mm-hmm. And then he also had somehow a 62.5% contested catch rate this season. Now, I definitely get it on the bucket throws down the field, because you all hear this term late hands all the time. He is the definition of that, of not telling a cornerback who's in trail technique when the football is arriving in his area, and he just plucks it from them. There were a couple other high point things. But again, I think because, to me, his just natural frame, that's not something that's going to improve here. It is more likely and easier for a cornerback to reach in and knock away a pass than it is with some of the bigger body X's that we do talk about.
Yeah, definitely. So like, you're not going to be throwing him back shoulder fades. Like, he has to win with separation.
But his numbers might indicate like you kind of do, and they kind of did. I just wanted to, like, again, package that with the actual skills that I would see translate to the NFL. I'm not saying that he's not going to be a successful downfield player, because I still think like that's going to be his calling card in the league.
Yeah, I did think that he showed at least some toughness. Like, obviously, it still comes down to physics here. Like, mass matters on like the slant routes, and he can bounce off some guys, but not all of them. I think that he has definitely some want to over the middle of the field. I think that you see that with the press man coverage reps, where he's asked to win within the first 5 yards on the slants. And I thought that he did that at a very good level. He just also just doesn't get touched very often when he is in press man coverage, because he just goes from point A to point B.
His releases were fantastic, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that was good timing.
A whole bunch of different ways. Again, he like
we both got
packages that movement with the suddenness, with the patience of
What
it.
did we miss? Justin.
I
Oh,
did
Kevin
think he was a
Winston to
bit more of a
Seattle.
finesse
Dylan
player,
Fairchild.
But at the same
Okay.
time, if he had a better quarterback,
This
felt
might be a
in
Shador spot.
2024, then a lot of his vertical targets where he created that separation and sustained it would not have turned into those 50-50 situations.
Right.
But that
If
quarterback
I'm a
put so much
Steelers fan
on the football,
and you were hoping
that
to
he
get
kinda
Shador
had
at
to work back to
21,
it,
if you
and
get him
I
at
mean, some of the
83, that's
catches
like
weren't catches because of
sweet.
Crazy.
Cutting out alcohol and sugar is a
We will take that out.
Also taken just moments ago by the Cincinnati Bengals is Dylan Fairchild.
I feel like I should be on alert because Phil Perry posted it like three picks ahead.
Caleb
last
Johnson. Caleb Johnson to Pittsburgh.
time. Where is Shador gonna go?
He's not. He's undrafted.
Can you imagine?
So now everybody's happy as Dylan Fairchild.
No, it won't happen. Someone will.
I think Dylan is a really
All right, so
tough, competitive fighter.
on the clock is the Bucs and the Patriots are up next.
Yep, be ready.
Kyle Williams on Patriots quarterback Drake May. I heard about him at North Carolina and the impact he made as a rookie. I'm excited to get with an established quarterback, somebody who knows the game and is able to make all the throws. Just from his character and work ethic, I'm excited to be a part of that.
Real good job of pass pro.
So we can play that
So
Kyle Williams one maybe after this pick.
The interview.
Excuse me. Nobody has picked Sanders yet. Nope. Edward, welcome in.
1%. On top of that, Coach is talking about this as well. I think the run game temperament is good. Listen, that's trench warfare for 60 minutes.
Okay, let's see. Who for the Patriots? I'm still high on Xavier Watts, free safety. I think I like some of the value at edge. Braden Swinson, Josiah Stewart as an edge rusher, Kyle Kennard. I still wouldn't mind Jared Wilson or like a Marcus Mbo because I think Marcus Mbo can move into guard very easily.
sometimes didn't play as well as maybe he'd hoped to, but he really likes this guy.
I'm just waiting to see the pick early.
He's really happy Dylan Fairchild's gonna
You don't
try
care
to-
anymore about spoiled, do
Don't
you?
tell me.
You
Oh.
are a master
Okay.
of mental preparation and approach.
Okay, fine, you can tell me.
Marriage. What type of marriage advice for a long and happy marriage like the one you enjoy would you give to him?
Let her be the boss.
Ice Shadows hates the Sanders.
Yeah, he does. Did you see his brother Shiloh or whatever?
Shiloh?
Yeah, it was like if they're doing you like this, what are they gonna do to me? Because he was not projected high. He's gonna go in there.
When I retired, Miss Mary gave me the 10 commandments of retirement. Yep. After 1 week, she said, obviously, 10's not enough.
Dylan, Elizabeth, there you go. You have 30, 40 years of happiness in front of you. Go back to the podium.
With the
Oh no! Somebody prank called Shador.
That is so messed up.
Tennessee Titans select Kevin Winston Jr., defensive back, Penn State.
Is that real? Oh my! Wait. Yeah, it is. I'm looking at it right now.
I was talking to his former defensive coordinator, Tom Allen, yesterday.
Oh my heck! I'm gonna play it right now.
I was just gonna say I was just gonna play it too. Go ahead. Oh, you want me to play the video?
Oh yeah, sure. I just had it on my phone. Yeah.
Oh shoot.
Y'all want me to teach Snow how to walk right now?
Trey.
Hold on. Here we go.
What is going on?
It's lagging.
Yeah, how are you, man?
How does someone get his number?
I think that's just the video. That's not. It's doing that on my end too.
No, I'm saying, how does someone get his phone number to do this?
Good, been waiting on you. No, for sure. Why don't you get up and stand right here? Yeah. Yes, sir. Nothing there. Go. What does that mean? What? What do you say? I don't know. How you gonna ask us what it means and you was on the phone? You heard that? So you're gonna have to wait a little long. Sorry about that.
I don't know what's going on with this video. It's doing that on my end too.
Let's see if the audio is at least better. Yeah, it's just the video, I guess.
Yeah, I think the video is not good.
Yeah, the audio kind of sucks, huh?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Weird.
Buck's still on the clock.
Yep, I have not seen the Bucks pick yet.
Raiders have back-to-back picks, 98 and 99. Maybe one of those. I don't know. I just can't believe everybody's passing on him so much.
Yeah, I definitely could see why he's falling, but it's a little crazy to say he might not be a day 2 pick.
Yeah. Good thing he didn't go to day 1 like he was thinking about.
Did they invite him?
I thought so.
Was he invited to the green room?
I thought so.
Jeez, I can't believe Jalen Milrow was invited to the green room too. I hope he's still not sitting back there.
Oh, yeah, he hasn't been picked either. Did we just trade? 85 says the Chiefs.
No, mine says New England on mine. Oh, shit, it does say Kansas City on PFF.
That's what I mean.
Mother. No, it says New England now. That must have been a glitch. Mine's back to the New England logo. Try refreshing it. Jacob Parrish to Tampa Bay, a pick before. I would have liked him as a slot corner, but
mine still says the Chiefs.
Mine says Kansas City now too, but online, like on the actual draft, it says New England.
What is going on?
Show you a little taste of what Derek was experiencing when he got the call last night that he'd been drafted.
They did.
By the
They
Steelers.
traded it.
His mom
What
was
in
in
the
a
world?
very difficult
To
situation
where?
last night.
95 now? That's
Yeah.
the next Chiefs pick.
And Derek has been there
For
his
a
mother
4th rounder next year.
very trying times.
And 95.
Interesting. Well, we just got to keep on sitting here.
Jeez, man.
My freshman year at Michigan State, she ended up having a stroke, which left her paralyzed on her left side. It was kind of hard, but it's something that we was used to as far as her health, because just growing up, she had about 8 brain surgeries. I'm originally from Detroit, Michigan, so I was probably 45 minutes away from home once I went to Michigan State. It was very hard. Leaving and going to Oregon was probably the hardest decision I had to make. I sat down with my mom and we had a discussion. She told me every decision I made up to this point was for her, and it's time to make a decision for myself. I carried that through the whole process of going 2,000 miles away all the way to Oregon.
So a future 4th to move back in the 3rd.
For me to get to this point. I love you, Mom. Everything I do is for
Yeah.
you. I'm forever grateful.
Noel Williams, cornerback Cal.
New Dr. Pepper Black Bear.
Let me see if I can pull up the trade chart.
I'm kind of sick of trading with Kansas City on draft night. Screw those guys.
I don't even know which draft chart to use. Do you know which one is the good one?
No. I mean, I think they're all pretty similar.
I got something coming up. Something kind of big.
I don't know how you do future picks.
You can take your helmet off. It's fine. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it on. Why? You know, in this helmet, I feel strong. Like a strong, powerful male.
Strong, powerful male.
All right, so
Can't wait to take Shedeur in the 6th round and trade him next year for a 5th.
Yeah, for
as long as he loses the last game. What's Bradbury's deal? Is it a 2-year deal?
Yes, I believe so.
Enjoy your choice of a savory steak patty, bacon or sausage,
85
and cheese on a toasted bagel.
is 165 plus 146.
So Garrett Bradbury's on a 2-year. Come on, my Wi-Fi's trash.
So it looks like our first trade.
Sorry, I'm trying to pull this crap up.
Our first trade was close, but we got the lesser value out of that one.
For $273 per month. See your Utah Hyundai dealer. When it's game time and you're hosting the crew, score big with Papa Murphy's. Win the
Say that again?
The game day meal deal. For
Our
only
first trade?
$19.99, you'll get our delicious large signature
It
pepperoni
was close,
pizza,
but we got the worst value.
Say that again, Cole.
Cinnamon wheel. Papa Murphy's.
Yeah.
Oh wow, you're lagging bad. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Kona Big Leaf. Liquid Aloha.
Can you hear me?
You can wear headgear like that out there when you're playing flag football. It's the fastest growing sport in the world. NFL
Are you back?
Championships on ESPN and ABC.
Can you hear? Is it better, Cole?
It looks better.
Also can see it on ESPN Plus, ESPN Reports.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Additional coverage every day from
Yeah. Is it lagging though? Like,
it's not lagging anymore, but you're like pausing for like 3 seconds.
no, you're pausing for 3 seconds after I talk.
Me? Am I lagging?
Yeah. No, I think it's my end.
Just when you think you have all the answers, I change. Exactly. Roddy Piper. Yeah. Vote for Stone Cold.
I hate trading back.
So,
on game day once.
am I lagging now? Like when I talk, is it okay?
You're fine talking and stuff.
Okay. So Garrett Bradbury's on a 2-year, $9.5 million deal total. So it's a $4.6 million cap hit this year, 5.9 next year. But he can be cut next year for a $1.2 million dead cap. So I don't think he's really locked in here long term. Like it's kind of a bridge guy. You could take a Jared Wilson and let him kind of develop underneath Garrett Bradbury. So I think Jace is staying in that cabin in the woods in Maine with no Wi-Fi.
That's what it seems like.
It's honestly because I started looking up Garrett Bradbury's contract. I don't know why it just freaking started lagging. So, yeah, I mean, we could have some. Excuse me. You can move some of these 4th or 5th round picks you're getting. You can trade a future 4th. Like, it sucks to sit here on draft night and trade down, but there's not anyone on the board right now that I'm just like jumping out of my seat to go get. Like,
that's true.
There's really not anyone. And so they're making trade downs. They're getting extra assets. It's all can be used in the future, or, next year you can use it to trade up and, a different trade. So I don't think it's like the end all be all. It just sucks to sit here and then have them trade out right when you're on the clock.
Would you be surprised if they added Restrepo as well? With all the receivers they have?
I would. Yeah. Jamry Caldwell to the Chargers. I like that pick for them. They need an interior defensive line.
Taking the ball away, maybe giving it back to Baker Mayfield. Just had
trade down and pain in the ass definitely goes in the same sentence. Yes, it does.
Which is what I call the nickel guy.
Yeah.
Trade ups are fun. Trade downs are.
You have to draft somebody to play that position who can cover the slot, but that's really the Sam linebacker.
Go Patriots, go!
So that guy's got to be a run supporter, a blitzer. So
All right, Packers on the clock.
Play that position. Brian Branch was great at that. Yeah.
There's, I still think edge makes a lot of sense too, guys. I know I've said that. I think Xavier Watts and Jared Wilson would be one of my top guys, but I think Braden Swinson's we're taking a swing at here, an edge defender. You could also get like Josiah Stewart. You could look into getting a tight end. I think Gunnar Helm is going to be a really good tight end in the NFL. Could have maybe try to develop him.
So this
So
is
the
Chris.
one sec. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say one thing real quick. The 2026 4th round pick that the Patriots just got from the Chiefs trade is technically Chicago's.
So that's better.
So, I mean, assuming that they're not going to be as good as they could be, they've added a ton. So,
I mean, I think it's pretty fair to say the Chiefs are going to have a better year than the Bears.
yeah, you're not going out on a limb and saying that.
So keep in mind, this is Chris Sims, and his rankings are all over the place sometimes. But he had Kyle Williams as his wide receiver 2 this year.
I do remember seeing that.
Wide receiver 2 this year, blown away by the film, quickest feet in the draft combined with real acceleration. He runs away from people all the time. Pass and Drake May got a gem.
Well, let's hope for once.
It would be about damn time. Yeah, you've seen that rep against Travis Hunter where he just bargains him.
Yeah, it's a good route.
But I mean, he didn't get touched.
Yeah, I mean, Light Shadows. None of them have gone off since we've talked about it. I mean, the tight end that I would take in this situation would be Gunnar Helm. Gunnar Helm's still on the board, and he's rated 115 on PFF board. He's way higher on mine. He's 80th on mine. And then the safety we keep saying we want is Xavier Watts, and he's still on the board too. So it's not like they've gone off the board.
Savion Williams.
Another receiver. Holy cow.
That's what they do, though. That's the Packers motto. Jags on the clock.
I don't like Savion Williams. He's super dynamic. He's like the Deebo Samuel role for TCU, but
there's a hint on your screen that will always be on his mind.
My daughter's name is Legacy. She was like 2 months premature. My wife's name is Jordan. I think she was like 32 weeks with her and felt like something was off with the baby. The hospital ended up admitting her.
Do we want to do the?
We found out our daughter had a
Kyle?
heart defect. We started crying and
yeah. You want to pull that up real quick?
Yeah. Face it and be strong.
Yep.
My first day of fall camp, my daughter ended up getting surgery when she was 3 months old. When they came out and told her she went through it just fine, it was just a relief. Seeing her go through all that, being so small, makes me want to just go even harder. Like, words can't even explain. Legacy, Jordan. I love y'all, and everything I do is for y'all.
Well, this is an interesting guy because this is a size speed guy deluxe. But this guy played wildcat quarterback a lot. So he's got great run after catch ability. And they threw him the ball a lot, but not really on
I don't see it on YouTube.
type things. But you could evaluate his hands and his run after catch ability. But it was really hard to evaluate his route running the way they used him. But he has great ability. So this is going to be one of those guys that's going to be a developmental guy. Could be great.
I don't see the interview on YouTube.
Someone commented on the Kyle Williams thing, another slot receiver. He is not a slot receiver.
No.
I think people just look at the 5'10", 180. Guys, ain't no slot.
Get the ball in his hands because he was so big, so strong, and so fast, and he was excellent with the ball out in space. And the same thing for
Jacksonville has 2 picks here. Take Shadur. Come on. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. You just lost Mac Jones. You need a backup. Don't be scared. Don't be scared.
The Jaguars took Caleb Bransaw from Tulane. His cousin, Dre Kirkpatrick, first rounder for Nick out of
Caleb Bransaw.
If you look at Caleb Bransaw,
Safety?
Tulane, what do you see?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he started his career at Troy, finishes up at Tulane. He really
I'm surprised Watts is falling, man.
340 at the combine. Interesting player in terms of how they deployed him. Look at him here, playing almost like an edge or outside linebacker position for a guy who also might play as a slot corner or a deep middle field safety. Here you see some of the slot reps. I'm not entirely sure what the guy is at the next level here, Reese. That being said, Jacksonville has invested in a couple of these versatile chess pieces on defense so far this offseason. Joining Eric Murray, signed from Houston this offseason. Ranta, guy that could just do a whole lot of different things. I don't know what the superpower is yet, but he'll eventually find a home.
Going with Travis Hunter as well.
Come on.
Our way through the third round. Desmond getting some
energy
in there, making sure keeps his blood sugar and his energy up.
Exactly, yeah. Just a little bit of little peanuts keep your energy going, right? It's a marathon. It's a marathon.
Hey, to the point on Caleb Ransom, not quite knowing what he is, the Jaguars just called him DB. You know, a lot of teams say safety or corner. They said DB. I think that's an appropriate way to describe his game.
When you consider their pass defense last year.
But, you know, some of these guys that are getting picked right now, like this guy right here, they need to be great special teams players.
True. Exactly.
Good point.
Jaguars back-to-back and back on the clock.
To announce another Jaguars selection, once again, NFL legend T.J. Slaughter.
Shudder.
We're going back-to-back, baby. Duval in the house. With the 89th pick in the 2005 draft, the NFL, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Wyatt Milam, guard, West Virginia. College, Southern Miss to the top, in my high school, John Carroll Catholic, baby.
It was just about a week ago that
Shedeur is Mac Jones 2.0, except he wasn't a first-round pick. Yeah, Shedeur can move a little bit better than Mac Jones. So we are currently at pick 90 right now. So 6 more picks. We got the Rams at 90, the Ravens at 91, the Seahawks at 92, the Saints at 93, the Browns at 94, and the Patriots at 95.
That's not something you see a lot, and he can redirect and finish.
Right tackle his first season at West Virginia. Left tackle every season since. I think he's a guard at the NFL level. Just think based on the measurements, maybe the overall athletic profile. But back-to-back seasons at left tackle without allowing a sack, production is the thing.
The Rams could go Shedeur here. I don't know, but I'm just saying. They need someone after. What's his name?
Stafford.
Yeah.
But that's not always true. You know, that stuff when you're playing guard happens a lot faster because those people are closer to you and they move a lot more. So I don't know how. I think this guy's a smart guy that probably could do it, but it's not something.
That Rams fan was nuts.
Okay, so Milam out of West Virginia, sensational guy.
I've only had one pick. Terrence Ferguson. Huh?
Big splash on Thursday night with Travis Hunter and followed us with back-to-back picks here.
Any good kickers in this class that are going to go high?
I'm not going to lie. I did not dive into the kicker class. Let me go look at the names.
I mean, nothing that's going to be third round, but
Smaller AI
No.
can deliver the right results and help reduce AI costs up to 90%.
yeah, not a great draft history in the recent years. Put us back quite a bit.
IBM.
But I mean, it wasn't even just that. It's Holt and Thornton. And
The Royal Jewels. Presenting Tyson lightly breaded boneless chicken bites. Always been Tyson.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're also one of America's
Ben Saul's hype train. Pitt? Is he Pitt? I think.
Oh man!
I don't know.
My uniform. Whoever did. Oh man. Stress
Yep,
out.
he's Pitt.
I'll never remember all this. Relax, Rook. When things get intense, we get incense. What a nice cleansing surprise.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
What a hero.
Andrew Callahan posted some
I'm just not sure what I'm supposed to do with
some
that.
Pats fits at 95. Jack Sawyer, Jared Wilson, Josh Farmer.
Oh,
Tyrod
I forgot about Sawyer. Yeah.
Thursday on ABC.
It's time to choose.
Yeah, there's,
Ty
I mean,
Robinson, Torrey Horton, and Braden Swanson.
2025 Honda HR
Braden Swinson, the LSU guy. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's not a guy on there. Double dipping at receiver would be a little crazy. But getting an interior offensive lineman or interior defensive lineman, I'm never against. I think Braden Swinson's a good player, but has a little bit of character concerns. He supposedly fought a coach 1 week and got suspended. Yeah.
That's always good. Yeah, taking a kicker who's played in cold weather seems to matter a lot. Especially if it gets breezy. There's some wind here at Gillette.
Chase Inc. was that for me.
Earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials with the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
It's time to choose Performance Automotive. And right now, you can lease a 2024 Ford F-150 pickup truck for $589 per month for 36 months. Visit Performance Ford.
Who's my highest rated player still available? Oh, Shadur, obviously. Marcus Membo and Jalen Royals, Elijah Arroyo.
Jace, look.
Why is it so? What's going on here?
That's what he does to the glass all the time. Like, what? Are you
I can't
doing?
see. It's so dark. Is he just scratching it? He's so mad. Why does he hate it in there, bro? You torture him?
No, I don't.
Oh, that's funny.
He's spoiled, bro. That's what it is.
He's Shadur Sanders of hamsters.
Yes.
The Rams.
The Los Angeles Rams selection. Welcome back, 2012's 14th overall pick, Michael Brucker.
Green Bay, I'm back.
Oh, they love this guy. Huh?
Let's get to it. With the 90th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Josiah Stewart, linebacker, Michigan.
Yeah, he's a pass rush specific guy that can get to the quarterback. So
one of the broadcasts is asking if Shadur can go back to college.
I don't think you can do that.
After you declare?
Yeah, I don't think you can do that. In basketball, you can, but you can like go participate in the combine and pre-draft workout and stuff, but then you have to go. You can say if you're going back or to the draft, but I don't think you can go through the draft, not get picked, and move back, and then like go back. Now again, college football is crazy, and they're suing everyone for everything. So, Light Shadows, I'd rather have walked away with 4 picks than whatever we got now, 7 or 8. I mean, you got to fill special teams roles. You got to fit 53 guys on the roster. You also have to fit a practice squad. Like, I'm not saying that I wouldn't have liked to have had 4 picks in the top 70 and that's it because you have that elite talent, but you got to fill a whole roster here. And I think that there's a lot of changes Mike Vrabel wants to make, a roster personnel wise, just, him kind of coming in and putting his stamp on things. So
my issue isn't the trade backs. It's the lack of aggressiveness to trade up. Because if you're at 77 and you're like, the only guys we want here are going to be there at 95, then I totally get it. But also, you got to be willing to use picks to trade up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, Matthew Golden, we want him. Go get him. Like, oh, we want whoever. I don't like the lack of aggressiveness to move up and just holding on to those picks and then only trading back. I want them to be aggressive and go after somebody that they want.
Yeah. I mean, the Patriots so they'll walk away with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks this year if they don't make another trade.
Yeah, Light Shadows. You see Bear's arm length there when he was scratching at the cage for no reason because he's crazy.
You guys are such haters, bro. Will Campbell's going to be freaking good.
Emory Jones Jr. There was a time early in the season, Kirk Herbstreit
back to college.
first game against USC, and there was talk at that
Emory Jones, the opposite side of Will Campbell for LSU, went to Baltimore.
Ravens. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
All right, 3
Seattle
more picks and then the Patriots.
one, doesn't fly here to Emory Jones. Highly experienced, highly competitive. All these starts at the right side for Emory Jones. I will say this. We saw him get toasted at the Senior Bowl by Shamar Stewart at Texas A&M on one rep.
Toasted.
He got up.
I think there's 107 or 102. Yeah. Jalen Milroe to Seattle. Another quarterback went before Shadur. Jalen Milroe, bro. What?
This is crazy.
Oh my gosh.
Bear looks like him with the short arms. He kind of does. He's like, that's crazy, Jalen Milroe.
2005's most valuable player and offensive player of the year.
Wow.
Sean Alexander.
Oh my gosh.
This is so good. It's a family call right here. With the 92nd pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks have selected my nephew, quarterback, Alabama, Jalen Milroe.
Look, Jalen.
Let's go to work, fam.
Nick Saban's quarterback.
Jalen Milroe, Nick's quarterback in Alabama. What do you think? Yeah.
Well, I tell you, he's going to give the Seahawks an element of offense that nobody else in this draft can.
Dynamic. Taysom Hill. I said this guy's a Taysom Hill type guy in the NFL because he doesn't throw the ball well, but he's freaking fast, physical, can catch.
He just needs a little refinement and consistency in the passing game, and he could be an outstanding player.
I thought that the Patriots just picked another person because I saw a tweet that said so much speed. Patriots add another piece for Drake May, and I was like,
that's right. Now,
and then I realized it was Kyle Lewis.
I said he's a great deep ball thrower.
Just an article.
Play action pass, resets his feet, launches his ball right on target.
Jonas Sanker, the safety out of Virginia, to the.
A lot of big play. Yep.
All right, we're starting to pick up here. Let's go.
Picking up here.
What time?
So tomorrow the Patriots will be on at 106. That's their pick.
And
then
it starts at noon, right?
Yeah, noon. So yeah, 10 o'clock my time, noon. I'm graduating tomorrow with my master, so I won't be able to go live tomorrow. So probably just follow the Instagram for those of you guys that want to do that.
Yeah.
But we'll have. Will you be able to post those tomorrow? Like make the graphics and post them? Yeah.
Yeah, it should be good.
Okay.
Yep.
The first quarterback taken by Seattle in the first 3 rounds since Russell Wilson. They hope that perhaps he can give them that type of success too. And Jalen explains how his
Shudder, Cleveland.
Dad, his name Quentin Milroe, served in the military as a Marine. My mom, Lola Milroe, was a corpsman for the Navy.
Who did Seattle get? Sam Darnold?
Yeah.
For how long?
3 years?
I truly believe in this. Any person I interact with is the most important person in my life. My mom told me this.
I feel like Milroe should have gone higher. I thought he was a solid quarterback.
Accuracy, man.
Remove the light from yourself and distribute it to be successful as a team. It's a social norm to believe that military background is very stern, but no matter if we win or lost, they still there to hug me after the game, give me a kiss after the game, and that's something I truly appreciate.
You know, it says a lot about this young man that had a bad game against.
I think this could be a historically bad draft class. I mean, Cam Ward obviously at the top carries it. It depends on how Jackson does. Jackson Dart does, but like you look at like the 2022 class or 23 class, that one was not good with Will Levis, Malik Willis, Kenny Pickett. That was a historically bad one.
I felt like with Jalen, the most important thing was landing somewhere that was going to have a plan and also give him a runway, right? Well, they just paid the Seahawks did. Sam Darnold will make $37.5 million this year. We know who the starting quarterback is in Seattle, but I'm imagining if their offensive coordinator, Clint Kubiak, is saying to himself, package of plays for rookie year for Jalen Milroe, because his coach said, I mean,
Taysom Hill.
Some of the wide receivers and the running backs. I'm not sure
Taysom
how
Hill.
a better threat with the football in their hands as a runner than Jalen. That's a special talent with that 4.37 speed.
You've heard people
So
say
Browns are
that,
picking,
you know,
and then it's the
he's
Patriots.
guy who has Lamar Jackson-like speed and Cam Newton-like power to go with it. And it's what you saw all the quarterbacks that have been taken. Milroe's still a work in progress as a passer, but it really emphasizes the point that we've yet to see Shadur Sanders be taken off the board. There are many that believe he had an opportunity to be a first-round pick. Certainly, teams that are quarterback needy have yet to make that call right now, and I'm sure it's a very frustrating thing. And for those who have him highly graded as you do, it's a little bit perplexing right now.
Yeah, I have absolutely no idea what's going on with that situation. I'm dumbfounded about why he hasn't been selected so far. I mean, you're taking a guy like Shuck, and Shuck has like
Just the Browns?
talk about people's medical.
No,
You
this
look
is the
at his
Saints
medical,
still.
You would think that they would stay away from him to maybe the third round, or late in the third round, or maybe early in the fourth round, and he goes before Shedeur Sanders. I have zero idea what's going on with these GMs right now, Coach.
Well, you know what I think happens sometimes? And I don't have any evidence that it's happening now.
Yes.
But people start talking. And behind the scenes, they create a reputation for somebody that may not even be what their reputation is.
Yeah.
But everybody starts agreeing that this guy can't do this or he can't do that. And everybody starts believing it.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't think you can do that. I think you got to look at what you see in a guy.
Browns are taking their sweet time. Wonder if
Nobody's
they're trying to trade.
perfect. Everybody's got something they need to work
They're
on.
making the call to Shedeur.
Get to be close.
No, this isn't a prank call. This isn't a prank call.
I just think Shedeur is going to.
Imagine he hangs up. He's like, I'm not doing this.
Oh my gosh, Dylan Gabriel. They took another one over him. Oh my gosh.
This is bonkers.
Oh my gosh. Cleveland took Gabriel, bro. What?
In the NFL. Frankly, that's something scouts and
This
GMs
is
can really
crazy.
dig into the bottom of when they're spending meaningful time with the player. On the field.
Holy cow. You see, but like all the quarterback needy teams at least got one. Now they're not starting level quarterbacks going in this, but who's the only team that hasn't taken one that could? The Raiders and the Steelers, maybe?
Late in the first or in the second
Yeah,
round,
Steelers.
doesn't play with enough urgency in the pocket. Led the FBS and sacks taken last year.
The only argument I'd have to this, for no one wanting Shedeur, I think Shedeur will sell jerseys and stuff. Like, and that's like I said, he's kind of a fan favorite one. So
I think the Patriots actually make a pick.
Yeah. I don't think Dylan Gabriel's an NFL quarterback. I think he's got to be in the right system. He's really good with his quick reads and stuff. But yeah, it's probably a backup guy.
Absolutely. A little bit their style of play maybe to do it, but they can do it.
You know, human nature, because of his father, who's one of the greatest.
Don't tell me this one. I want to see this one. Since we waited so long, they pretty much blue balled me the whole freaking night.
He was going to play a certain way. That's not him. He's a pocket passer. That's what he is. He's got some ability to maneuver the pocket, but he's not going to beat you running, like a Jalen Milroe. And, you sort of wonder sometimes if he is as many advantages as that might have given him in terms of coming up.
You can let me know once you've seen it.
If now people looking at him expect to see one thing and they don't
Tell
see
you when
it,
I've seen
and
it.
Makes him not a
Yeah, you can let me know once you've seen the Patriots pick, but don't tell me. I want to react live to this one.
You have a little insight. Pete Thamel's back with us now
on
exactly where we stand and what's going on with Shedeur Sanders.
Sure, Reese. Well, there's two legitimate opportunities for Shedeur Sanders to go here before the end of the third round.
Raiders.
We have a Browns pick, and then we have back-to-back Raiders picks before
The
third
Browns
round
don't go
ends
with
here.
him. We know
And
that.
those would be opportunities for him to become QB5 in this draft. Remember now, we're 90-some-odd picks in here. We've only had 4 quarterbacks go. Remember last year, we had 6 quarterbacks go in the first 12 picks of the draft. This is just a radically different draft for college quarterbacks. And the issue now is, for a franchise, do you bring Shedeur Sanders and have him become your backup quarterback and develop him and grow him? We just heard about the plan for Seattle that Field talked about, that they're going to bring along Milroe. A team clearly in this spot or beyond is going to have to do that for Shedeur Sanders.
Did you see it?
Bring him in. He is not going to be
Okay,
an immediate
you're just nodding.
Can a franchise bring him in and have him grow? Certainly Nick has highlighted throughout the week here the ability for Shedeur Sanders to throw in rhythm when he was in that mode. He has to eliminate, according to scouts, some of the pirouetting away from the defensive end.
Yeah,
some of the
he
athletic
creates
things
pressure.
that won't translate. So there's a good chance he goes before the end of the night here with a couple more cracks. We'll see if the NFL wants Shedeur Sanders before the end of round 3.
And the other thing, too, and there's no way, because everybody's going to have a different perspective of what a conversation is, but there's so much good tape there. You just wonder if the teams that needed a quarterback for whatever reason, it wasn't the type of interview they'd hoped for. They didn't vibe with it. It didn't fit. I mean, it's a difficult thing to figure out because Shedeur put up numbers. I mean,
he did.
The tape looks a certain way. Let's go down to the podium now. Browns on the clock.
They're going to love hearing this one.
With the 94th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Dylan Gabriel, quarterback, Oregon.
So Dylan Gabriel goes to the Browns out of Oregon. Now, Nick, I
This
know
is crazy.
that you were a big
It's
fan of the way
crazy.
he played. As you see Dylan and his family celebrating, well-traveled, started at UCF, went to
He's in Mililani, Hawaii.
outstanding at all three stops. And really, if he were bigger, it's your belief that we would not be waiting this long in this.
Yeah, I think he's got arm talent, man. He throws the ball freaking well.
There's only a few quarterbacks less than 6 foot that ever made it big in the NFL.
Yeah,
but
I don't.
as a
It was fun that
player,
Shedeur posted last night, and I think he handled it well. But he said tomorrow's our day or whatever. Maybe it's not.
Quick enough that he can move in the pocket and he can run if he needs to. I mean, this guy was very efficient.
You got real beef with Sanders.
Yeah, something's going on.
I don't think his game translates to the NFL. I mean, he scrambled way too much. He had a horrible offensive line, but he created pressure. He tried to make too much out of it. I don't know, man.
I mean, in his defense, when you have an O-line as bad as it was a couple years ago, like that creates some bad habits.
For sure. That's why you don't retire someone's jersey before they ever get drafted.
Yeah, that was wild.
Except I could get Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter's one thing, but
I do think Dylan Gabriel adds to your offensive portfolio.
I don't know if it's because he's from Hawaii and he's left-handed, but he reminds me of Tua.
there you go, Jace.
Thank you, Light Shadows. It's in YouTube live streams. That's what I got my mask.
He will be moving to Maine next to celebrate.
Get out of here. Bro, I invited you and you didn't even come.
What are you talking about?
I sent you an invite.
To what?
To my graduation.
Get out of here. No, you did not.
Yeah, you sent me an invite to your wedding. I sent it to my. Yeah, come on, bro.
So you can skip the trip.
When's the wedding date again? It's September.
I mean, come on now.
Well, it's a week we're traveling. We're in Louisiana.
You don't have it pinned on your fridge?
It's on our bulletin board, yeah. Wait, I know when it is. It's September.
Yeah.
20th? Yeah. Because that's a week we're in Louisiana.
Louisiana.
Nick is in. Have you seen it? It's popping up right now.
Yeah, I just saw it. Would you like me to announce it? Like
oh my stop!
It's a time off request fixing payroll. Oh my gosh. It has to stop.
What?
It like you know how it has the ticker on the bottom during commercials?
Did you see it?
It said selection and then it went away on the commercial.
Oh, okay.
1 sec. Okay, let's see if I can find it.
With the 95th pick,
Jared Wilson.
The New
Okay,
England Patriots.
I like it. I like it. I like that pick. Interior offensive line that's super athletic that can snap the ball. That is a great 95th overall pick right there. That is
Agreed.
A very solid 95th overall pick for the Patriots.
Agreed.
Getting by. Great.
You never want to lose your edge. This is an SUV that really understands that. The Lexus RX.
It's kind of hard to find a good picture of a center.
I really like that pick, man.
There's a reason Chevy is called the
Let's where's my write-up on him?
Steady, unwavering, like people who keep this country.
Okay, 6'3", 310. He ran a 4.84 40-yard dash. Let me pull up his RAS score because I know it was.
It's Chevy Truck Month. Well-qualified buyers get 2.9%.
Yeah, this is. I love this pick. Wow, this is a good one. So Jared Wilson had a 998 RAS score. That was ranked second out of 622 centers to attend the combine from 1987 to 2025. Okay, a little bit shorter in height. He does have 32 3/4-inch arms, but he's playing center. So again, take that for what it's worth. Massive hands, almost 11-inch hands. So when he gets his hands on you, strong grip, doesn't let him get off of them. He's 310, which is good size there. He had a 32-inch vert, which was in the 94th percentile. He was a 9'4" broad jump, which was in the 96th percentile. A 4.84 40-yard dash, which was in the 99th percentile. So tested elite. 1-year starter at Georgia is really kind of one of the only knocks. He does struggle against a little bit bigger guys. You know, I think that it will be a little bit harder to stop a bull rushing type of interior defensive lineman, but they're kind of going away from that in the NFL. It's the Chris Joneses, it's the Jalen Carters and stuff who are super twitchy. And so he's going to be able to stick up with them. I had written down, he's the best true offensive center in this class, not interior offensive lineman, but the best true center in this class. Tight hands, does really well at double teams, great athlete. And then even though he has, do you remember what I said his arm span was? His arm length?
Mm-mm.
He has 32 3/4-inch arms, but he has an 80.5-inch wingspan. Broad freaking shoulders. This dude is exactly what you want out of your centers and your interior offensive linemen. Stout, broad upper bodies, strong hands, exactly what you want there. So I really like this pick for the Patriots as a Garrett Bradbury replacement, either sometime this year or even going into next year if you want to cut him and save a little bit of cap.
Yep, agreed.
Player is going to be that umbrella for your defense. On top of that, the football character is just tremendous. A nice pairing with Jesse Bates in Atlanta.
Hey guys, he won the Gursky Trophy at 23 as the nation's top
Georgia center pipeline.
coach. Very versattle guy.
But David Andrews was Arkansas, right?
No, Georgia.
He was Georgia? Who was Arkansas?
I don't know.
Half dozen picks left before we wrap up night 2 of the NFL draft.
Yeah, I like that pick a lot better than a couple years ago when someone took Xavier Watts went 96. I was going to say that would be an ideal pick at 104 for the Patriots, or 106 for the Patriots. He goes off one more, pick 96.
Jack Sawyer's still on the board too.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, Jalen Smith, a corner from SC to Houston. At this point, when you're looking at defensive ends, man, Braden Swinson must have had some character concerns too. For me, it's probably Swinson or Jack Sawyer. Totally different players. Braden Swinson led or was one of the tops in college football with a 22% pass rush win percentage. Jack Sawyer's just going to be tough, physical, do everything you want, culture guy, like Mike Vrabel type guy when you talk about it. Kyle Kernard, again, another guy not that good in the run. You could take a swing on like a smaller FCS guy, David Walker, but another really good elite edge rusher. Or maybe they look to build some depth on the interior, CJ West, Ty Robinson, Joshua Farmer. Those are some guys in the interior defensive line. But, man, the other position I'd really like to see them take, I'd like Gunnar Helm. I really have been a fan of Gunnar Helm. He's didn't test that well because he was hurt. Excuse me, sorry. But you watch this guy when he has the ball in his hands, he is very good. Post-catch burst and acceleration, great after the catch. He's a good athlete. He hurdles guys, he spins guys, and he's a good route runner. So I would like to take him too. I think he would give you a little bit in the passing game. But
I sent you the
odds
post.
that Strange is let go. What do you think? Do you think Cole Strange is maybe on the chopping block?
I think he'll probably get this year. He's not getting an option picked up or anything. But guard depth, maybe left guard starter. I don't think he'll get let go right now.
The Shaq-a-Roni's back at Papa John's with more pepperonis and over half a pound of cheese.
So many orders, we had to staff up.
Yeah, I'll post this right now.
Is he always here? He's everywhere. We're making you a Shaq-a-Roni for $12.99.
That's right. I live here.
Replacement by Pella is the right choice. Pella has the highest quality windows that are tested to protect against extreme weather so they can handle my family and help keep my home quiet. At Pella, we stand behind our products and installation.
How many more
picks we got? About a half dozen picks left, Desmond. A half dozen picks left. These people like you and me during the commercial break. I wish the people at home could have enjoyed the Whitney Houston. Yeah, exactly. I want to dance with somebody playing for the crowd. Raiders going back-to-back picks. Here's we get late and final stages of night 2 of the NFL draft. Chargers had a productive couple of nights. The last few picks, Jared Wilson, center from Georgia, going to the Patriots.
There we go.
Xavier Watts from Notre Dame, and Jalen Smith, who some will tell you dating.
Are we keeping Peppers at? Yeah, I would say that they keep Jabril Peppers.
Snoop Dogg Football League, the first Trojan off the board, going to the Texans.
Yeah, this is a guy who's got some positional versatility. Played safety in 2023 for most of his snaps. You see him at slot corner here. I thought he had some really good reps this past season, both in press coverage and also in that trail technique with a combination of instinct and also some feistiness to him. He's only 5'11", only 190 pounds, but this guy can compete. You see some of the safety background in his game. Now, big question mark that I'm going to have if he is going to play in some of that safety role is, are you willing to be a more reliable tackler? That's always a big question for these defensive backs, but Houston has now put together this incredibly versatile defensive.
All right, there we go.
That defense on paper stacks up for all 3 levels.
Jalen Smith going to the Texans, 97th overall pick. Now, look, if you're following,
Oh, there you go. A couple trade downs, a couple extra assets, and you still get a guy that we probably would have considered taking at 77. So, all works out. Like I said, I didn't feel like there was like, what are you doing with your mic?
It came off.
There wasn't anyone at 77 that I felt was pressing. I would have liked Jared Wilson there. I would have liked Xavier Watts there, but they gained extra assets. They moved down for a guy that I was very comfortable taking at 77. I said he's the best true pure center in this draft class. So I think that it fits for them. And it gives you protection for Jarrett Bradbury. If I think Helm is better than T. Ferg in almost every way. I have where was my rankings? Gunnar Helm was my tight end 5. Tight end 5 for me, and comfortably above Ferguson. Fannin was 6, Ferguson was 7. So I agree with that. I like Helm. Whoa.
And I'm thrilled for the opportunity this young man
Jared
to
Wilson.
have. At the Raiders, we say,
Good point. Him and Will Campbell, maybe that's who he was talking about. Whoa.
with the 98th pick in the NFL 2025 draft, the Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders, select Caleb Rogers, guard from Texas Tech. Let's go.
Still.
Gotta get somebody up there to create.
Okay, here's the second of the Raiders pick at 99. Is this it? We keep saying that. At this point, I don't know if it's ever going to come. Since you guys are probably doing the live telecast tomorrow for the draft third round with Grade, would you give us the first 2 days? We actually won't be live tomorrow. I have my graduation. But we'll come out with a video recapping every there you go. We'll come out with a video recapping every pick. Right off the bat, if I had to grade right now, I'd put it at a B. I can't put it at a B plus or an A because I did think that there was a couple more people I was higher on at pick 38 and potentially 69, but I like who they addressed, the players that they got, the speed that they got, and I also really like that it's been all offense. So yeah, Cole's flying to Utah.
Cole is not flying to Utah. Jace is flying to Maine.
Oh yeah,
to permanently move here.
Maine though.
That's all right. After graduation, he's going to celebrate by moving to Maine and realizing Utah sucks. He doesn't need to be there anymore. I would give it a B probably as well. Just not that I didn't like any of the picks necessarily. I think it's a fine. I think it's a solid, not great draft. I think I wish they were more aggressive for some players. I wish they moved back into the first round for a guy that they liked, whether it's one of the receivers or any of those guys.
Las Vegas Raiders select.
So overall, I think they did a good job.
William and Mary.
It's not outstanding. It's not an A. It's not a B plus. So I think it's a solid B.
Yeah, like an A plus for me would have been Travis Hunter.
Yeah,
Jaden Higgins. Like it would have been one of those guys. But like I said, like I didn't think there was anyone that made more sense. I was super high on Tedero McMillan, but I think that they addressed the biggest position at 4. They didn't have a chance at Jaden Higgins. There was maybe a couple other positions I thought could have been addressed before they went running back. So, like for me, Luther Burden would have been a very exciting pick there, but they also kind of right or wrong by going and getting Kyle Williams in the third round. So for me, it's like at the time when we saw the second round pick, like I said, I really liked TreVeyon Henderson. I thought he was a really good running back. He was my running back 3. Thought he had a chance to go in the first round. I really liked that pick. But at the time, I was like, man, I probably would have rather have had Luther Burden. But now you're looking at it and you're saying, okay, we could have had Luther Burden, or who are the running backs available there? Probably not someone as good as TreVeyon Henderson. So I think how they did it, they hit the positions I wanted them to hit, just not in the order. But the players I can't complain about. There's not one player on here that I hate. I'm not going to say I don't like Kyle Williams. I wasn't as high on him as the NFL or as people were pushing him up to be, but I still have him as my wide receiver 10. He moved up over a couple guys. I have him above Trey Harris, so I'm not like, I mean, that's fine with me. But I think that he has the ability to be special with the ball in his hands. So yeah, there's not many picks I just hate right here.
Yeah, there's none that I'm like, what are we doing? But Luther Burden, I would have preferred in the second round.
Yeah,
there's just a couple guys that were like, all right, I probably would have preferred him, but just a solid draft. Like you said,
I think last year. Sorry, I have my thing for last year. Last year, like going back and looking, like I thought that Caden Wallace was a little bit of a head scratcher, right? Like I didn't really love that one. I got why they went late in Robinson because interior offensive line, but I also didn't love the player there at that pick.
If you take out Drake May of last year's draft, our grade is completely different on it.
Yeah.
Our grades were Drake May is a Patriot. The draft is a success. Like that was our initial response.
Yeah, because
I know we didn't like Jalen Polk. We weren't huge on that at that time. I know we weren't huge on Caden Wallace.
It was hard for Jalen Polk because you had a chance to take Ladd McConkey, who we both loved. And that was before. This is taking out what we know now, right? We both love Ladd McConkey.
We both preferred Ladd McConkey heavily over Jalen Polk.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I thought that Jalen Polk was a very good receiver. I didn't think he was the 37th pick good receiver. So that was another one. I loved Javon Baker. Hope he has a bounce back year because that was like my guy. So after when we said, oh, we traded with the Chargers and got Jalen Polk and Javon Baker with the picks we traded for, you're looking at it a little bit different, but I still would have rather have preferred Ladd McConkey over those guys. I could have told you Ladd McConkey was going to be really good. So yeah, this class right now, it makes a lot more sense than last year's class just in the first 2 days.
Agreed. Yeah, no, I agree. Especially taking out that Drake May pick and looking at it that way. Will Campbell, good pick. Not great. It wasn't Hunter or Carter. They didn't fall. Second rounder. You didn't trade up for Higgins. You didn't trade up for Golden. You didn't trade up for one of these guys. And you took a running back. Good player. Could have been better if we were more aggressive. And then you trade back a bunch after you take Kyle. And I think we ended up with good. I like the players we took. There were a couple guys I wish they got more aggressive, and then when you trade it back, you could have been recouping assets instead of just adding to it. So I wish they did that, but it is what it is.
Yep. And I mean, tomorrow, now you're looking at the Patriots picks tomorrow. Right now, they have a 4th round pick and 3 5ths. So they have pick 106, which will be early tomorrow morning. 144, 146, 147. I know that it's not exciting, but you could use pick 146 or 144 to maybe get to like 130, 120. I mean, it all depends on how the board falls, but they accumulated some assets and maybe it's not really called aggression tomorrow because it's the 4th and 5th round, but maybe they'll try to go up.
We can only be so aggressive on day 3.
Yes. Light Shadow. Oh, sorry. I think Upton Stout. I think the fact that this draft is a lot better or a lot different than the one last year tells us who is making these picks, or at least the one that's making the final decision, and that is Vrabel, not Wolf.
Yeah, these seem to be more along the lines of consensus, like what makes sense, as last year was not. Like last year, and years past when it was Bill, like there wasn't a whole lot of consensus picks. It was like, oh, okay, that guy probably was going to go around later, but I guess we took him here. Like, just it was just weird stuff. This year feels solid. Like, didn't hit a home run, but maybe you hit a double, and like that's better than in years past.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like they didn't. I love the baseball analogy. I know you're a Red Sox fan, so you probably see a lot of strikeouts because Rafael Devers is on your team. But sorry, that was a low blow. I'm sorry, man. Is he hitting any better?
Yeah, that's the end of the night for Jace. So he's in timeout. But thank you guys for tuning in. No, it's weird. Like, I don't know if you look at like advanced metrics much, but his baseball savant page, quite a bit of red, like making hard contact, whatever. But he's hitting like 200 on the year. It's crazy. Like, I don't know what is going on.
Yeah.
He has seen the most fastballs in baseball, and he's hitting like 140 against fastballs. It's just like, I don't know what's going on with Rafi. No, he's not himself. He's not himself. And that's part of the reason we're struggling so much. Not struggling so much, but why we're average right now.
Yep. But
anyways, your analogy.
Yeah. But going off of the bait. Yeah. Can you hear me? Am I lagging?
Oh, are you lagging again?
With the 101st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Savion Jones, defensive end, LSU.
Savion was
you back?
4 SEC players with 30 pressures, 10 tackles.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Scrimmage this past season. So what did the Broncos get?
Okay. The problem is we're so delayed.
He's a relentless competitor in terms of the effort that he gives to make plays. He can rush. He's a little bit of a straight line power rusher, so he's going to be a guy that you have to.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay. So I can tell my Wi-Fi is bad because it says in the top of StreamYard, like, your connection's unstable.
Okay.
And I would talk.
You're just like,
I would talk, and like 8
seconds
seconds later, yeah, that's exactly what it is for me too. So, okay. But now I can tell it's good. But my baseball analogy was, like you said, you probably hit a lot of doubles. You didn't hit many home runs, but you didn't strike out either.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say like that Will Campbell can't be a home run pick. Like, we're not saying that. Jared Wilson could be a very good pick. Kyle Williams is getting high praise from a lot of people. Travion Henderson has the home run, but right now it feels like you hit a lot of doubles, up to bat. And then now you have the ability in a couple years to develop, and now you're hitting those home runs, but hard to see.
Yeah, exactly.
Strikeouts. So
yeah,
there's a lot worse picks they could have made. There's a lot worse picks they could have made.
Carter or Hunter would have been a home run pick. I think Matthew Golden or
Jaden
Higgins would have been home run triple pick, like something like that. Yeah. Singles and doubles, though, you're putting the ball in play. You're not striking out. I think you're doing solid so far.
Yeah.
Light Shadows, we appreciate it as always. Thank you, man.
Yes. Good job, Light Shadows. We appreciate it. Yeah. If you guys haven't already, make sure you guys like, subscribe, comment down below. We appreciate all the support. We've passed 4 hours now, and so that's 7 hours we've been live the last couple days for the draft. Won't be live tomorrow with a couple things and stuff, but there are still a lot of picks. So if you want to follow what the Patriots do, you can follow our Instagram at Pat's Drive. But I mean, to wrap it up, Patriots Patriots take Will Campbell at pick 4. They then move on to today, take running back Travion Henderson out of Ohio State. Home run hitter, super fast. We'll see how he develops in the pass game, but he's a great pass blocker. Kyle Williams, who's getting a ton of high praise, shot up draft boards, yard after the catch guy, wide receiver out of Washington State. And they finish it with hopefully another guy that can protect Drake May in the future, and that's Jared Wilson at center out of Georgia. So a couple picks tomorrow, and so excited to see where they go there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just some potential positions to target. I mean, they addressed a lot of the offense. I think you're going to see probably maybe an edge rusher, kicker, could see a guard at some point, just defensive line depth, maybe a safety, taking a shot on a free safety, some different stuff there, maybe a quarterback, because Packer way is always taking a quarterback late. So we'll see about that. But maybe Shedeur Sanders is a Patriot in the 6th round.
Oh my gosh.
I can't
you
believe
imagine?
he's day 3. That's crazy. I did
He's a
not
day
think
3
that was a
player.
possibility. But yeah, we appreciate you guys tuning in as always. And like Jay said, I'm not going live tomorrow, but we will have a video out, I'm sure, beginning of the week or Sunday or sometime in the near future, recapping everything. So make sure you guys show some love on that. And Jace is going to do some film breakdowns, which are awesome.
I'll for sure do the top 3 picks: Will Campbell, Travion Henderson, and Kyle Williams. I would love to do Jared Wilson too. He only has 1 year of starting film, but depending on who they take tomorrow, if they were to take like a D end or someone, I would maybe look at doing one of those. But I'll for sure do the top 3 picks, no matter what.
Yeah. Just real quick, Jared Wilson, a tweet I had saw. According to Pro Football Focus, Georgia product allowed 0 sacks and 511 pass block snaps last year, his first as a starter. Like most UGA centers, Wilson 6'3", 310 is quicker than he is strong, but he tested off the charts of the combine, like you mentioned. Many teams expect he'll go dead on day 2, but it won't be a total shock if he's off the board even sooner. So, seems like got a decent value there. It's about where I expected him to go, but I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I had him on my top 100 at 61. So you're going off my top 100. Well, that's why I said I would have been very comfortable taking him at 77. Like that was, I was very comfortable with taking him there. I said he was the best pure offensive center in this class. He's only started 1 year, so I think his best football is ahead of him. And they got him at 95 and got some assets. So not mad about that at all.
Yep. No, happy with it. Yeah, I'm all set. You got anything else?
Nope. Good.
All right. Well, thank you guys for tuning in, and we will talk to you guys later.
Thanks for listening to this edition of the Patriots Drive podcast. Follow us on social media to stay up to date with all things New England Patriots. Make sure you tune in to the next episode and check out patriotsdrive.com for more great content.
We're on to Cincinnati.